Here's John 108 starting this weekend. Some schools feel rated will be hosting co-hosting for students, their families, and school staff. 680's Michelle William explains. The Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board is working.
That's good. Get everybody into the school building at once. You guys are fucking retarded. Wait till they start telling you about people have been working since Europeans got here. Hello, Chomo! We can see you, dumbass. Well, you twisted my head all sideways and made my lips do all weird wiggly shit, bro. It's impossible not to see that. I was about to say, we appear to be getting watched by these assholes instead of Chomo. I guess I'm wrong. Well, Chomo, you tipped your hand again, Chomo. You watch 24/7.
To bring their health cards to access their test results more easily. I'm Michelle Williams.
That video was running 6 fucking hours with no audio. You noticed when it ended instantly. Wow, Chomo. Wow. That's so, what's the word? Healing? So in any event, you're still being racist to us. That's why I put in the title instead of the word Chomo, because nobody cares about you, Chomo. They're about to start telling us that these restrictions are obviously already working. Because the numbers are down. The numbers aren't down, don't worry. The numbers are way up. The OPP is one of the police forces. Sorry, the only one they're saying. There's a whole bunch of them saying they're not going to even try these new. The media keeps referring to it as rights granted by the province, powers granted by the province. The province doesn't have any say over any of that, like at all. So they can't grant that to anybody either. Remember yesterday they said there's going to be they're going to set up roadblocks. Well, that'll be the OPP that does it. Here's a problem. You got a truck coming down the highway to this roadblock. You've got no jurisdiction to stop it for any reason whatsoever. None. I would barrel right through. All the trucks that come from west of here got bull bars on them that'll flip a fucking police cruiser.
On digital.
They're going to start comparing this to the population of Lisbon or Kiev. Oh, there you go.
General Manager.
Oh, wait, the OPP, just to be absolutely clear, you don't suddenly have new powers. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms didn't change, so you don't have new powers. That's not how that works. The Charter doesn't grant your rights. It's a legal document to protect them. They've also said, they were just on now with some expert, whoever, saying that there's no purpose to reducing the hours of a business. I do believe we covered that last year when they said that they were reducing the hours at the grocery store. And all you autoimmune compromised people come all at once at 7 in the morning. We're going to open an hour early. All of you come for, before you clean the fucking store. After the nighttime people have left and the morning time people come in, who's keeping track of who's spitting on what? I'm supposed to be in there with everybody else with a compromised immune system, and everybody else is going to know it. Remember that, you stupid prejudiced white fuck? You worked in this neighborhood for 1 fucking year, stupid. You think because this idiot across the street still works here, he runs something? He's got fucking death contracts on his fucking head, eh?
See some pop-up rain showers tonight and into tomorrow as well. I think this afternoon will top out near 13 degrees, and then tonight we'll dip down to a low.
You're going to come to the neighborhood and do what you want, and you're going to make us do it. Hey, buddy, talk to you.
Also possible with some sun.
I'm busy shopping
as well. 10 degrees right now at Pearson, our guaranteed high.
The white girl that started this mess 2.5 years ago about how I wouldn't flirt with her, and the manager's going to make me flirt with her, damn it, because I'm a nigger and I have to go through the nigger
nigger, or no, sorry. I have to do what he tells me because I'm a nigger, but I look white, so I'm supposed to go through the white person's line. Fuck you. How come?
Safety regulators say wires to the airbag sensor in the driver's side door can become damaged with regular use. That can stop the side and curb airbags from deploying when needed. Toyota will inspect the wires and replace them if needed at no cost.
But they still have explosives in them. Beware of that.
Stories and sports next. 680 News John 114. I'm here with.
When I go to the store the first time, I get the 6-pack of Heineken. Oh, fuck, you're not supposed to have that. That means you're one of them Afro-Dutch niggers. That's high-end white people stuff. Well, no, it's Afro-Dutch, but you didn't know that. And it's got the 5-point star on it. I go past all the white people to the black cashier, and then look up and realize there's a sign that says she can't do the, well, it's not her. That line has the temporary sign-up saying that cashier can't cash you out for liquor store items because they don't have a smart serve card. So I go back to the other cashier, eventually get my change and receipt. She doesn't want to give it back to me because she doesn't want to give me my money or my receipt because I'm supposed to sit there and flirt with her. Like, I'm not here for any of this bullshit. I'm here to buy my shit and leave. And when I come back to the store to get my groceries, I got the beer first to get it out of the way. I'm not trying to carry around beer or pick groceries. The black girl is all of a sudden in one of the liquor lanes where I could have cashed out through. The manager who saw me not go to the white girl first and then not flirt with her is now threatening me. Listen, buddy, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you, drag you out the store. He's now called the cops on me multiple times. I flagged down the police. I'm the one that supposedly gets a trespass ban. Two cops talking. There's a cop talking to me and one talking to him. When I'm done telling him this guy just threatened to kill me, blah, 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 he goes, oh, well, do you want to know why he doesn't want you in the store anymore? You're not allowed in the store anymore? It's like, buddy, no. One, I don't give a fuck. Two, it's not physically possible for you to know because he was talking to somebody else around the fucking corner to tell him. How the fuck can you tell me that, dumbass? And that's 11 Division's racist cops enforcing apartheid to this fucking day. I've been on bail 2 fucking years because of this white girl. And by the way, that he's white. I don't care what you say. You can say he's from here, he's from there. He's like, no, he's white. He's from a British colony. He's got every fucking advantage of white privilege. And if I told you what his race is, you'd argue, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, South Africa, half white, half Asian is higher than black. So this is not the first time I've come across this.
A baseball game, one of.
Don't give a fuck. All I'll say is this guy never, ever, ever comes out the front door of the store anymore. I watched him get robbed. One of his employees came out like he was going to run after. I said, you touch those motherfuckers now that they're out of the store, or are you breaking the law? What?
Will take center stage. All the coverage.
Whoever it was stealing either food or beer. I'm not sure what. That beer counts as food too. Stealing something from a grocery store. There were no customers in the store, so it's not possible for them to hurt members of the public. And they got away without touching anybody. It would now be illegal for you to touch them.
Lydia Ko and 18-year-old Layla Fernandez topped Nina Stojanovic in 3 sets to lift Canada the win over Serbia. Canada advances to next year's round of qualifiers, where a win could secure a berth.
Why do I say these assholes are asking us online too?
15 and 45 pounds or anytime at sportsnet.ca/.
Amazing how once my mic's hooked up,
Hi, I'm Maureen Holloway.
I can't connect when certain subjects are being talked about. Whatever.
Toyota. Get lease or finance rates as low as 0% on select models, or cash saving incentives up to $2,000 on other select models. Plus more amazing offers today. It's Don Valley North Toyota's Customer Appreciation Sale. Shop online or make an appointment to visit their safety enhanced showroom. Don Valley North.
Yeah, because I'm a nigger that didn't do what I was told by a half white, half Asian, I was threatened with that. And then the police told me I wasn't allowed back there anymore. Excuse me. Magically, they told me that without talking to the guy. Wow. No, he didn't get charged with anything. So we do it ourselves. Where's the police now? I've watched. It takes 30 minutes for them to show up to this guy's store. I've watched his employees try and manhandle other people too. Like I won't fucking put my hands on those people. Dude, don't do that shit in front of me.
The world's top space companies are aiming to send the first humans on.
Well, that's not news. You've been telling us for fucking 25 fucking years about this. We don't care. You're supposed to be telling us about something right now, you know, because it's news. Hey, it sounds like the Russian Cosmodrome where everybody stands right next to the rocket when it takes off.
Have to wait around Mars for over a year for the Earth to swing back around and get close again.
For
But if
over
we
a
had
year.
a faster, more efficient rocket engine, we could maybe cut that round trip down to 2 years, allowing the astronauts to spend far less time in the perils of space. And one of the best ideas we have for that new engine is nuclear thermal propulsion. Essentially, it's where the
Did I just not tell you we've been doing this for a long fucking time? We've known about nuclear rockets since the mid-90s. Like, we're not a functional prototype, but they've got it on a computer blueprint to build it. It's the one place you should use nuclear energy.
Of course, the idea of
You won't be able to because you're using it all down here because you're stupid.
concerns. Teams of researchers are now trying
What
to
do you do,
science
go to
their
the
way
sun
out of
and
that
get some
problem,
nuclear
plus
material?
A few others. With This Week in Science, I'm Curtis Doring.
This is 680 News. A teacher with a love for fitness is on a journey to raise money for charity as he runs across the country.
Rick Paul says run.
Bye. Oh, look at how good I am. You know we got Terry Fox run already, right?
He was inspired to make this run.
You guys didn't even do nothing for that this year.
This journey he calls the Follow Rick Home to Home Run takes him from Victoria, BC to Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario for children in need through Make-A-Wish Canada and Childhood Cancer Canada. He's just arrived in the Lower Mainland.
So, I'm not sure where that song is coming from. So he's gonna make a new funner. He's gonna be the new Terry Fox or Rick Hansen or whatever, right?
His goal is to raise $300,000 during his run, and you can track.
He's got the money. Remember, the reason the students are all fucked up the entire school year before this one is it got destroyed by the teachers. You get $96,000 a year. Everybody in the province gets 1%. That brings you real close. I'm rounding to $97,000. That's not enough. We want 2%. Every teachers union went on fucking strike and fucked everything up. They started in August, didn't finish. They weren't done when they finally started taking COVID seriously.
By the government of Ontario.
Live life on your own track. Now, during the
They didn't do anything about it for another 2 months.
You can personalize the boldly redesigned 2021 Kicks your way, right down to the bonus offer. And with standard Apple CarPlay, you've got full control of the tunes and complete freedom to express yourself.
Then, of course, you were paying attention yesterday. You know, I just got my
For full details on offers, visit Nissan.ca.
tribunal hearing for being evicted for being assaulted by white people.
2.9% for 39 months with $9.95 down.
With a false claim that the police attended, written in the, the police attended, the police were here. They checked off on our anti-nigger shit.
This report is brought
No,
to you
they
by
didn't.
Pizza. I'm just having a look at a new problem here on the eastbound 401 collector route to northbound 427. That's where the right lane is blocked with a crash. Emergency crews have arrived on scene, so it was causing a minor delay. Looks like it's getting more back up now on the eastbound 401 route to northbound 427 from the collectors, that is. And problems have cleared from the eastbound 401 at Yonge in the Express. No leftover delay. The routes from north and southbound Pine Valley to eastbound 407 closed for construction. You know that road work we've been telling you about? Well, it's on the westbound Gardner. It's
I know
going
about
from
singles.
Jameson to west to Parkside, and it looks like they're traveling along that right lane. So just be aware of this delay as you head out of downtown and be patient. They've got plenty of room today to do some of that road repairs. If you're traveling on the QEW, it's in good shape through Mississauga, Oakville, Burlington. The southbound Don Valley Parkway route to eastbound Lawrence is closed due to construction. Get the Uno combo at Pizza Pizza, a large 3-topping pizza, 3 cans of Coke, and limited edition deck of Uno cards for only $14.99. Handfuls of fun only at Pizza Pizza. Your next report is at 1:31. Now with the forecast, here's Jason Fraser.
Pizza
Well,
imports
it
their
is going to
tomatoes.
be a week of
Pizza
what
imports
are
their
roller
tomatoes.
coaster temperatures. And the reason why I say that is because we're basically experiencing a high in those temperatures. And this is basically where we should be right around this time of year, right around 12 degrees. I do think today we'll top out around 13
Basically
degrees.
where we should be.
But on
You can't
Tuesday,
say average because the temperature's never at the average ever.
down temperatures down to a high of only near another 8 degrees, and probably only by Wednesday, just 5 degrees. But let's finish talking about today. Some rain showers are continuing to be possible later on this afternoon into this evening. It's only going to be a quick pop-up shower. It'll continue also into tomorrow as well. We'll top out right around 14 degrees. A mix of sun as well as some clouds for Monday, and a high near 13 degrees. And then for Tuesday as well as Wednesday, we could experience not only some rain, but also some...
The other thing to point about DOPP, they generally patrol the roads between cities and towns and shit. Like, what transmission are you preventing?
Coming up at 1:30, many GTA police departments are reassuring the public that they will not be stopped on the street or in their cars for random spot checks. That was one of the many new stay-at-home restrictions announced by the federal government that gave the officials the power to do those stops. We'll have all the details coming up with Michelle Mackey in about 6 minutes.
It doesn't give them that power.
This is 680 News.
You do or you don't.
What's that noise?
Oh, that's a herd of cattle destroying our ice.
Your rights come from us white people telling you what rights you have. No, they don't. They also don't come from the charter. The charter just says that what that guy just did is illegal. And they can't stop you from leaving Canada. They can't stop you from entering Canada. They can't stop you from leaving Ontario. They can't stop you from entering Ontario. All this rhetoric about the maritime provinces, they didn't stop people from entering and exiting those provinces. So it's not relevant. It's completely irrelevant. What they did there was you don't have to quarantine if you stay within those provinces. That's what they did. They keep trying to relate it to somehow this is the same thing. The police can stop you for any reason.
We'll head to the business center.
680 News down 125.
This is Superfan Napatia. You see me driving a lot of SUVs, but I have fallen in love
never
with the new
more than one
Genesis
SUV at
The
one
only
time.
seat that can compare to my courtside seat is behind the wheels of my new
Barely halfway through the month.
like Genesis.
That shit's gonna go to hell fast. All you people think somehow you can ignore science, math, biology, physics, fluid dynamics, thermodynamics, and still be racist on top of it, still pray to a God that don't exist. Well, you keep pretending it's a white person in your Bible. When you read it, it describes a person with black skin and white hair. But then you still insist that's a white guy.
Canada's massage chair
You got white hair? Me.
from a huge selection of chairs, including L-track models, full body and luxury massage models, and enjoy deep relaxation at home 24/7. Now, being stuck at home doesn't need to be so stressful. Order today at relaxacare.ca.
Relax. Okay. Is that like Extendicare? Nursing home fire?
I'm Tim Demopoulos. There's real interest among Canadians to make their next vehicle purchase electric, but barriers like convenience and price still are major hurdles needed to be overcome.
Yeah, no, I'm supposed to call the city fire services. No, I'm not. Once I call 311, that is the city. They have now refused 24 times to pass that on to the fire department. Why are the employees say you should probably. What's the purpose of this phone number?
2 million cars a year in Canada, whether it's an EV or a combustion engine. We are converting people from combustion engines into EVs. So to make that conversion, we have to increase confidence that people can resume their normal lifestyle by moving from a combustion engine to an EV, that they're not going to be...
Give these people some driving lessons,
so
mandatory driving lessons.
So I think it's first and foremost. They need to understand that, what does it really cost to run an EV? I don't think there's too many people in this country that can answer that question other than people like me who currently drive an EV. So, but once you drive it...
Well, you're such a good white guy, enslaving those nigger kids to dig up that metal for you.
It has great reliability. You don't have to worry as much about changing your oil because there is no oil. There's a lot of real advantages.
No oil.
Many manufacturers like Hyundai are working on bringing EV purchase prices down.
We currently have...
No oil. Well, you don't change it. Right. If you do have to fucking send your car around the world 7 times to get it to your house when you buy it. So this is the jurisdiction where if you take driving lessons, you get a certificate that gets you cheaper insurance. And the insurance companies will tell you everybody that got one of those certificates is a worse driver than everybody that didn't. But they still get the cheaper insurance.
That's a bit of a challenge.
Hey, your Tesla crashes, I'm not helping you.
That's
If you're a tow truck driver, you'd be wise not to go near any electric vehicle that crashes.
COVID-19 vaccine plan is helping to stop the spread and save
So if
lives.
you have to ask
Until
why,
we're all vaccinated, we need to
we'll
stay
just
the
let
course. Wear a mask, wash your hands,
Darwin deal
keep
with
your
you.
distance. We've come so far together, and thousands of people across Ontario are getting
Across
vaccinated every day.
Ontario, that's what I thought. She does it across
Visit
Ontario.
ontario.ca/COVID vaccine plan or call 1-800-999-6488 for assistance in 300 languages.
You're not doing so good with English.
Attention passengers, this is your captain speaking. Looks like we have a full cabin today.
Really, Dad?
Listen,
We're expecting a pretty smooth trip.
Listen to
Our
this.
crew will be handing out snacks shortly. Never.
Dad, stop.
The 2021 Ford Explorer with available seating for up to 7 and 10.
Listen, the marketing hasn't changed in forever. They're comparing it to flying in a plane. This goes back to the 50s, the 40s, 50s, with the jumbo jets and all that shit. They're comparing it because that was luxury. A complete boondoggle, but that's luxury. We've had the airline industry 75 years burning up money. And if your response to lighter than aircraft not being used is, well, the Hindenburg, you're fucking stupid.
And overcast, it's 1:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Good afternoon. It's Saturday, April 17th. I'm Caitlin Lee.
And I'm Zach Bodenstein. Here's what you need to know right now.
Toronto police joining a growing list of forces refusing to conduct random stops.
Stay in your
of people and
fucking
vehicles
station,
outside their
stupid.
homes,
Do like we
despite the
tell you,
province
stay in your
giving them
fucking
the
house.
authority to do so.
How many times we told stay in your fucking house when the lights come
Outdoor
on?
activities with your own household should be encouraged, not restricted, if you want to see COVID cases drop, according to one data expert.
No, that would be if the people aren't going to follow the rules at all, they'd be right.
Down protest in Barrie.
A private funeral for a royal with decades of service under his belt. Prince Philip lay Trippz at the age
99.
Steven Matz will get the ball as the Blue Jays begin a
What would
doubleheader.
the white guy say? Oh, it's a pity it wasn't to a couple months more. It would be 100. Why? What's magical with that even 100 number?
At Hilton Head, Sports 45. Then coming up in business, could the failed unionization push by Amazon workers in Alabama actually bolster the labor movement here in Canada? We'll hear from the United Food and Commercial Workers.
680 News Time, 1:31.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Christine Lycos.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR. Westbound Gardner is quite busy now.
Remember, Amazon is subsidized by U.S. Mail, U.S. Post, whatever you call that shit. It's like Walmart is subsidized by food stamps, welfare, and unemployment insurance.
Motorcade of motorcycles, I think, on the eastbound Gardner. They were traveling from Ellis into downtown, not really causing a big delay, but just be aware if you travel through this area, you might want to be very careful and drive slower than usual as they pass by. We also have a crash on the eastbound
Why would that help?
collector ramp to northbound 427. On that ramp, the right lane is blocked, so it's very slow on the
That's called self-fulfilling prophecy. Now they have to pass you because you're slowing down. Wow, you're so courteous.
Ongoing construction. 407 ETR donates to 19 GTA hospitals and rehab centers to support critical healthcare programs and services.
Uline, the office and everything supply company, still sells posters that tell you, hit somebody on the back if they're choking. 2021, it still says it on the poster.
Afternoon rain shower as well, and we'll maybe call it a slight chance also for a pop-up rain shower tonight, less than about 30% chance, and we'll drop down to a low temperature of about 3 degrees. 10 degrees right now at Pearson, our guaranteed high 13 degrees.
680 News Time, 1:33.
The Ford government has extended the stay-at-home order for an additional 2 weeks. It announced new restrictions, including giving people the power to stop anyone at random and ask them.
They don't have that power.
The Toronto police are joining.
So you can't give it to them.
GTA.
That's not how that works.
They said that they won't be doing those random checks. 680's Michelle Mackey now joins us live with more. Michelle.
Yes, that's Toronto Police issuing a statement on Twitter, reading in part, "We will continue to engage, educate, and enforce, but we will not be doing random stops of people or cars."
Engage, whatever, and enforce. You're not supposed to be engaging people. That's how the disease spreads, stupid.
Police forces also out with statements confirming they will not be doing these random stops. NDP MPP Jill Andrew of Toronto St. Paul says it's a step in the right direction.
I am most concerned about our essential workers who leave the house at all hours of the day and night to travel to work, and we need them to be safe. And what they need is paid sick days, not the police having extraordinary powers to be able to racially profile or card folks randomly.
Now, Ontario Provincial.
She just did the same thing all you white people do. She just said carding is pulling you over and asking for your ID. No, it's not. Carding is being documented on a not official database, which is what Toronto Police does. They write it on a card. The word card came from the white cards. Go back 15 years and look it up, and you tell me when these idiots decided it didn't mean that anymore. They write down, oh, this is a white guy on a piece of paper. It ends up on the CPIC computer anyway. So they called a suspect male yellow. The Canadian Police Information Center revoked their right access to the computer system. That was in 97, 98. Since then, they've been writing on these little white cards. They keep telling everybody, I'm white. I've got status and sickle cell. And they're still telling people I'm white. Okay, how did it get into the CFIC computer? It says ethnicity white. I've been to Gladue Court half a dozen times. It says ethnicity white, meaning not one drop of red or black blood. That's what ethnicity means. That's what it means. Every time they stop me, it's an immediate argument for 20 minutes over what rights an Indian or a nigger has. But they're pretending they don't know. They're pretending, oh, he's a white guy. Well, when I go to the hospital, they'll look it up and say, oh, he's got sickle cell. He doesn't get an ICU bed.
Around 200 people have gathered at the Meridian Place in downtown Barrie to protest provincial lockdown measures.
That's where all the Toronto police live. It's the worst crack neighborhood in Ontario is Barrie, and it's where all the Toronto police live. Their minds are not down here right now, it's up there.
Disappointing this went ahead, but glad so many people stayed home. 200 is less than last week. There have been anti-lock.
You just told us they were protesting the police powers that came in yesterday. How can this protest be smaller than last week's protest for this issue if this happened yesterday? That's a 6-day discrepancy, you fucking retard.
50 cases reported yesterday. Officials say 34 people have died due to the virus, bringing the total number of COVID-19 related deaths to 7,698.
So remember, the Canadian forces stopped revealing their numbers some time ago, almost a year ago. And what was the other thing I was about to say? They're not coming in to help you actually.
364,353 people having now recovered from the virus. The government adds that more than 107,000 vaccines were administered since.
Vaccines. VAHGZEEN.
Rising number of COVID-19 cases, the world has passed another grim milestone.
The global death toll from COVID-19 topped 3 million people Saturday, according to Johns Hopkins University, but experts believe the actual number is almost certainly higher. This figure is
one of the 8 cases not being counted. I was about to say that.
And Dallas. Deaths are climbing once again. There's a worldwide average of about 12,000 each day. Roughly 3,000 of those are in Brazil, which has been ravaged by the virus in recent weeks and trails only the U.S.
Fucking mice. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Deaths. Brian Clark, ABC
Who
News.
eats my paper? Who wants to eat my rolling papers? I can't find them.
Philip, the 99-year-old, was laid to rest this morning.
Yeah, keep telling us this story.
Alone inside St. George's Chapel, reflecting on the man who had been by.
They literally just ran this story. Yeah, the Canadian Forces doesn't have enough people to train the new recruits. Canada First Defense Strategy, you know, that exponential growth or whatever? Well, you got the exact opposite in reverse, the attrition. You can't undo that. It's too late now. It's too late now. You can't fix that. Yeah, so I'm better trained than the actual Canadian Forces. Yeah, this is a problem, bro.
As you can see there, the Admiral's hat of Prince Philip, a bouquet which was selected by the Queen, and also ceremonial naval sword.
Ceremonial.
Friends were in attendance amid the nationwide COVID-19 restrictions. Prince Philip died April 9th at the age of 99, just shy of his 100th
When they were all in plain clothes.
This is 680.
We're in military uniform. They were all in plain clothes. Think about that.
Across the city to get your essentials. Toronto's second pothole repair blitz of the year began at 6 o'clock this
2014 Canadian Forces were ordered not to wear their uniforms off duty. And I would read that more likely to mean anytime it's not absolutely necessary to wear the uniform. Why? Because they get attacked in public.
Find a car today, a much better way. Visit OntarioCars.ca.
Listen here, my friend, and I'll offer a little advice. And find a large selection to choose from. Couldn't be simpler. No clutter, just cars. There's all-in pricing from our trusted sellers too, and all purchases are protected by a compensation fund. Find your gem at OntarioCars.ca.
Now the 680.
So once upon a time, you people argued with me every time I said make a video. I said, no. Just for example, it says 2021 ABC, I don't know what that is, Unified School District Honor Band Concert. Then it says Matthew Gullett, whatever. 19 minutes, 5 seconds, 2,600 views. But you know, we're not going to make it. Okay. I make all the videos.
Really listen.
I never got a video of Minnie at the 50th anniversary of the Salvation Army thing. Oh, damn it. There's a few things I didn't get videos of. Winnie. Minnie's another woman that used to help me on the street.
Waxman at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about up for legal fees because there are none. At my law firm, my team of lawyers only get paid. You get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
680 News Time 141. Time for traffic and weather. Together on the ones. Here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by CIBC. On the eastbound 401 collector ramp to northbound 427, there is still a collision here blocking the right lane, so it's heavy going on the approach to that ramp from the collectors. Don't forget the ramps from Pine Valley to eastbound 407. They're closed for construction, and the southbound DVP ramp to eastbound Lawrence is also closed for repair work. Westbound Gardner, it's looking busy from approaching Jameson to west of Parkside.
I gotta check this out. Sunny in the Black Pad. SUNNY.
In many areas around the GTA, so just be prepared for slowdown. No troubles though in the QEW through Mississauga, Oakville, and Burlington. The 404, the 400, those routes are wide open. Open a CIBC Smart account to get $300 plus pay no monthly fee for up to 12 months. That's Everyday Smart from CIBC. Conditions apply. Learn more online. Your next report is at 1:51. Now with the forecast, here's Jason Fraser.
Well, Christine, if you're going outside this afternoon, would highly recommend that you bring along either the poncho or the
travel approved testing. Get your PCR result in 1 to 2 days.
Not expecting widespread rain. However,
the upside down 5-pointed star thing. That's interesting.
Temperatures dip down to a low near 3 degrees. Tomorrow's going to be pretty much a repeat of today, only slightly warmer. We'll top out right around 14 degrees, and then tomorrow night we'll dip down to 3 degrees and see cloudy skies. Right now at Pearson, it's 10 degrees. The guaranteed high, 13 degrees.
680 news time, 1:43. About 2/3 of Canadians are dealing with COVID-related tax considerations this year. 680 business editor Chris McCusker has the details.
A little over 1,500 Canadians
This idiot's gonna give us
responded
tax
to the
advice.
IT wealth management study done by Polera. Almost half, or 46%, will have claims related to working from home, and 45% will need to consider the implications of CERB or other COVID-related government benefits. Arel Corsell is Assistant Vice President, Tax and Estate Planning at IG Wealth, and he says that's about right.
The government has said that they paid out about $81 billion. So if you consider that alone, and there's the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, there's recovery benefit, there's all kinds of benefits. Those are just the federal plan. There's also all the provincial benefits that were paid out. I'm actually not surprised.
At the Business Center, I'm Chris McCusker.
I've got a craving for some McDonald's fries. Crispy, golden, hot. McDonald's fries. The official fries of the Toronto Raptors three-pointers.
Tuesdays, The Rock brings his true life story to City TV with the brand new comedy, Young Rock.
I'm gonna call bullshit. You're a liar. I had $7 in my pocket. You weren't broke then. Oh, I actually had 6 and change, and I'm rounding up. I'm gonna double down to say for sure you weren't broke then, and you're lying.
Young Rock, all new.
You ever had 35 cents in your pocket and the police steal 25 cents? Sorry, 40 cents and the police steals 25 cents? You think I'm joking?
It is 10 degrees, partly cloudy. Good afternoon. I'm Caitlin Lee.
And I'm Zach Bodenstein. Here are the top stories right now.
Police forces across the GTA say they will not be doing random checks.
Good, because you'll get fucking shot,
Police
stupid.
have the power to stop and ask people why they are not at home. It's a move that's concerned the BIPOC community. They say they're already over-policed. COVID-19 cases over 4,000 for another day. But to stop these rising COVID case counts, one expert...
Do you see what they just did? They just doubled down on changing. We call ourselves BIPOC. No, we don't. The BIPOC community says they're over-policed. No, we never said that. We said we don't need the fucking police, period. You said it's over-policed. There's an appropriate level of oppression for these niggers, and you're just taking it a little too far. Well, we don't call ourselves BIPOC. If you call yourself BIPOC, I don't think you're black or anything. You're the whitest motherfucker in the room. This is like this white dude telling me not to say nigger. Excuse me. I said, I'm a nigger. I don't think you should use those words. That's how I got this eviction thing here. He's making up some wild story about me beating him up with a stick and the police came and everything. So I'm an out-of-control nigger and I'm not taking the training the way I'm supposed to. And I said, nigga, I don't think you should use those words. You're white like me and you're Catholic like me and you worship my dead mother. No, I don't, buddy. Hey, he's friends with, it's gonna be man on man, the pedophile from there's multiples of these pedophiles from the 80s and 90s that still follow me around because I grew up across the street from 1001 Queen Street. I watched these guys come and go all day for years. So the one on the 9th floor here is one of them, and the one floor, the other one, they're all friends. They're all friends. If I walked around with a GoPro, I can prove it. What difference would that make when the police won't charge them? They charge me for being assaulted. I got HIV blood in the face, and I got charged.
And don't forget the Essential Workers Program. Oh, and find specials at all 3 Superfan locations. Okay, so at Navatius Hyundai, spring means a lot of things. Book your appointment or visit navatiushyundai.com to start your car shopping experience and learn more about the Hyundai Advantage sales event.
Looking for a Hyundai? I'm your guy.
See navatiushyundai.com for full details.
Subway Restaurants introduces new potato.
Right now, they're spraying aerosols in the hallway right now.
Potatoes stacked with quality
They walk up to my door, spray shit at it, and leave. Because I stink. The niggers stink, and niggers are too stupid to know they stink. Stupid, stinky nigger. I've got the notices from that. I've got ridiculous notices from these
680 News.
The best thing I have is
Proof that you're lying.
Getting a vaccine is one of the best ways to stop the spread of COVID-19 and limit serious illness. But 680's Irene Proctor tells us figuring out the province's rollout can be a challenge.
You're eligible for a vaccine, so what's next? That depends on many things, including what site you book on. The Ontario portal will allow you to book an appointment in a clinic not run by the public health unit that covers where you live for a Pfizer or Moderna shot. York's top doctor, Dr. Kareem Kurji, says while the region has its own booking system, one of the local hospitals is on the provincial portal.
We have found, just as York Region residents may find opportunities elsewhere, people outside York Region are also sometimes finding opportunities to be immunized at one of our clinics.
Dr. Samantha Hill is the president of the Ontario Medical Association and says people should get the first vaccine they're offered as soon as they can.
All of the vaccines carry a much, much, much lower risk than the risk of catching COVID and having significant consequences.
For more vaccine information, go to 680news.com. I'm Irene Frucklet.
680 News Time 149. Now with Food Bites. Here's 680's food and nutrition expert, Rose Reisman.
With the better weather here, let's spend less time in the kitchen. Here's some great food hacks to help you do that. Poached eggs can be intimidating. Add 1 tablespoon water to each cup in a muffin tin, then crack 1 egg into each. Bake at 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 minutes for a jiggly yolk and set whites. Grill fish over slices of lemon. Prevents sticking. Freeze butter, garlic, and ginger before grating. Freeze onions for 15 minutes before cutting to prevent tears. Slicing a large hard-shelled squash could result in a serious cut. Pierce the squash all over and microwave for 5 minutes. Then slice and cook as desired. Freeze chopped leftover herbs in ice cube trays with some olive oil. And add soy sauce to savory dishes to enhance flavor. With Food Bites, I'm Rose Reisman.
Traffic and weather is next. This is 680 News.
Thursday, April 22nd is Earth Day, an annual day to come together in a show of support for environmental protection. Here's another way you can go greener at home. Brought to you by Reliance, helping homeowners reduce their environmental footprint.
Consider the water in your home. Did you know older toilets can use up to 23 liters of water per flush? And you could be losing up to 680 liters of water per week from a running toilet caused by a worn flapper valve. Consider upgrading to a low-flow toilet. Check your toilet for leaks regularly and look for other ways to reduce your water consumption, including adding low-flow shower heads and faucets, and running full loads when doing laundry or using the dishwasher. And in addition to conserving water, you can conserve the energy used to heat your water with a tankless water heater that only heats the water you use.
This Earth Day, think about the changes you can make moving forward and visit RelianceHomeComfort.com to find out more on how Reliance can help homeowners reduce their environmental footprint.
680 News Time 151. Time for traffic and weather together on the one. Here's Christine Lycos.
And this report is brought to you by Coventry North Jaguar Land Rover. If you are traveling on the eastbound 401, just be aware on the collector ramp to the northbound 427, we still have a collision blocking the right lane. Emergency crews are on scene. So it's a slow go on this ramp as well. The north and southbound Pine Valley ramps to eastbound 407, they're closed for construction. At last check, we still had a fair bit of volume on the westbound Gardner from approaching Jameson out to just west of Parkside, where they were doing some pothole repair work in the right lane. It looks like things are building on the northbound Don Valley Parkway from about Eglinton to north of Lawrence. And on the southbound Don Valley Parkway ramp to eastbound Lawrence, that rev is closed for some construction work. Coventry North Jaguar's April sales event is on now. Check out the offers virtually online or book your appointment today at CoventryNorthJaguar.com. Your next report is at 2:01. Now with the forecast, here's Jason Fraser.
Well, get used to seeing a lot of cloud cover because we will continue to see cloud cover not only today, but tonight and also tomorrow as well. So we're going to continue to see the possibility for a stray shower this afternoon and into this evening. I say stray shower, I'm really just talking about a shower that'll last maybe about 15 to about 20 minutes. We're not expecting widespread showers, and we'll reach a high near 14 degrees. Tonight, we'll dip down to a low near 3 degrees, and then tomorrow will pretty much be a repeat of today. The only difference is we'll be slightly warmer. I think we'll top out somewhere between 14 to 15 degrees. For Monday, I'm expecting to see a mix of sun and clouds and a high near 13 degrees, and then a cold front's going to be coming through, and it could give us not only some rain showers, but also some flurries as well, and we'll top out right around 8 degrees. And for Wednesday, the rain will continue, and we'll see a high then near 5 degrees. Right now at Pearson, it's 10 degrees, our guaranteed high, 13 degrees.
680 News Time 153 coming up at 2 o'clock. The Ford government has announced new powers, giving police the power to stop anyone at random and ask them where they live. But forces across the GTA saying they won't be doing those random checks. We'll have more with Michelle Backey at the top of the hour. This is 680 News.
What does it feel like to play Lotto 649? Well, with an upcoming jackpot of an estimated $5 million, just having a ticket feels a lot like that moment between and... So get that 649 feeling. Buy your ticket today to feel the anticipation that comes with a chance to win a jackpot of an estimated $5 million, plus the guaranteed $1 million prize.
You're listening to 680 News.
TFC laces up the boots for the first regular season game this afternoon against Montreal in Miami. 680's Michael Leach takes a look at the 2021 edition of the Reds.
Fans can expect a more aggressive style from Toronto FC under head coach Chris Armas. And defender Justin Morrow says that this team will be fun to watch, but not so much fun to play against.
It's a really hard style to play against. And on top of that, we win the ball and we're going the other direction fast. It's a little bit different than we've had in the past, but it's very fun to play in and very hard to play against.
Even with a new head coach, the expectations for this club are still the same.
Our team is expected to win every single time we step on the field. So that's the mentality we have. And to do it in this new style of play is really fun, really exciting.
The Reds kick off the regular season shorthanded with league MVP Alejandro Pozuelo and a number of others expected to be out of the lineup due to injury. I'm Mike Leach.
Meantime, the Leafs were supposed to hit the ice tonight for Hockey Night in Canada, but COVID-19 has forced a change in plans.
Tonight's Hockey Night in Canada will look a little different than originally planned. The Leafs and Canucks were scheduled to hit the ice at 7 with the Oilers and Jets facing off at 10. But as Vancouver is still recovering from the COVID-19 outbreak that ravaged the team, tonight's matchup has been moved to Sunday for a special edition of Hockey Night in Canada. That's a 7 p.m. puck drop on the Fan, CBC, and Sportsnet. Meanwhile, as for tonight, you can catch Jets Oilers at 7 on Sportsnet, the CBC, and City TV. Now, these aren't the only schedule changes. Monday's Leafs Canucks game has been moved to Tuesday, April 20th. And Wednesday's Leafs Jets game has been moved to Thursday. Among some of the changes, for full details, check out sportsnet.ca. From Sportsnet 590 The Fan, I'm Maria St. Tropez.
680 News Time 155.
Your employment rights with Lior Samfiru from employmentlawyer.ca.
COVID-19 has forced drastic employment changes on many Canadians in the form of layoffs, pay cuts, reduction in hours, demotions, and work relocation. What most employees don't realize is that your employer does not have a right to make significant changes to terms of employment without your consent. You don't have to accept these changes. Your employer is essentially terminating you, and you are owed full severance pay. I can help you get the severance package you are legally owed. My team has helped tens of thousands of employees get the compensation they deserve when changes are made to their job. Before you accept any changes, contact me and discover why my employment law firm is the most positively reviewed firm in Canada.
Contact employment lawyer Lior Samfiru today. Get the advice you need and the compensation you deserve. Visit employmentlawyer.ca. That's employmentlawyer.ca.
680 News Time 156.
We'll have your business report in just a second.
Hi, it's Fido. When it comes to streaming streaming your favorite movies? Don't let your data plan hold you back. Get a data boost from Fido with 5 hours of unlimited data at no extra cost. That's 5 extra hours of data every month when you need it. It's enough to stream a movie and a sequel. All you have to worry about is deciding what to watch on all voice and data plans, only with Fido. Visit a Fido store or fido.ca for details.
And now time for your business report.
I'm Curtis Doring. In a development widely seen as a blow to the American labor movement, Amazon warehouse workers in Bessemer, Alabama voted overwhelmingly against forming a union. While Amazon and business groups celebrated that decision, United Food and Commercial Workers Local 1518 President Kim Novak says it's actually having positive ripple effects for unions here in Canada.
And even applying to have the union vote there has really inspired a lot of people to start to reach out to us and to other UFCW unions across the country and the United States to talk about what it would be like to start a union drive in their workplace.
The vote in Alabama, though, wasn't even close. Nearly 1,800 workers voting against the union compared to 738 voting for it. And that's after some fierce campaigning for both sides. Is there really a positive takeaway here?
It showed that there was a lot of public support. There were a lot of people speaking out and supporting workers who are coming together to form a union. And I think that's starting to shift the ideology around how a union can actually help workers in their workplace. So despite the outcome of this vote, which we're very disappointed by, I think ultimately what it's left is ignited workers to start talking about how can we come together to improve our workplace rather than extinguish that.
Do we have a sense of how many Canadians actually work for Amazon?
No, I don't actually, because there's so many different facilities across the country, and then there's also the drivers as well that work on their behalf, and are they employees or not. So I think that Amazon's reach is very, very far, but ultimately one step at a time. You know, there's the whole food stores that they own, there's their online shopping that they do, and all the people that drive for them. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for workers to come together and really start to say that they deserve more, as this company has gotten record profits in the last 12 months alone.
That's UFCW Local 1518 President Kim Novak. She adds the labor laws in many parts of Canada are much more favorable to unions compared to Alabama. In some regions, workers can do their union vote online, which may have boosted turnout in Bessemer's case. In the Business Center, I'm Curtis Doring.
McDonald's Egg McMuffin is made with a freshly cooked egg. But wait, there's also a bacon and egg McMuffin and a sausage and egg McMuffin. Right now, they're just $3 each. Good luck deciding. Plus tax for limited time at participating restaurants. Excludes delivery.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for your Ontario Honda dealers. The Honda Checkered Flag event is back. Get a $750 Honda bonus on all 2021 CRV models. Shop online at HondaOntario.com.
Right now in downtown Toronto, overcast 9 degrees. At Pearson, 8 degrees and overcast. In Oakville, mostly cloudy at 8 degrees. 680 News Time, 2 o'clock.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
It's Saturday, April 17th. Good afternoon. I'm Zach Bodenstein.
And I'm Caitlin Lee. Here's what's making news this hour.
A growing number of Ontario police forces say they will not be using their new powers granted by the province to conduct random stops, citing concerns over equality and public trust.
With new provincial measures announced, one GTA mayor is pleading for parks to stay open.
A COVID-19 data expert says science shows cases drop when people are outside, so the government needs to reverse its new restrictions on outdoor activities.
The world mourns the loss of a royal. The funeral of Prince Philip now underway at Windsor Castle.
Blue Jays set to begin a doubleheader with Kansas City. TFC opens the season, and Corey Connors in contention on moving day at the RBC Heritage. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, it's the tightest real estate market ever for warehouse space. Now, the rise of e-commerce has led to a scramble by companies to meet the demand.
680 News Time, 2:01.
And now traffic and weather together on the ones. Let's check your drive this afternoon. Here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Relax-A-Care. Some good news. Eastbound 401 collector ramp to northbound 427. That collision has finally cleared away. And I'm not spotting any leftover delay in this area. Westbound 401 looks slow approaching Kipling to Dixon. And some volume starting to build northbound on the Don Valley Parkway from Eglinton to north of Lawrence. Keep in mind the southbound Don Valley Parkway ramp to eastbound Lawrence is closed for for construction. And northbound on the 410 at Williams Parkway, I'm just hearing about a collision right now, blocking lanes. Just going to take a look at our cameras right now. So expect delays if you're traveling up into the Brampton area. If you're heading into the city, no problems on the eastbound Huey Gardner at this time. Enjoy deep relaxation in your own home with a massage chair from Relaxacare. Choose from a huge selection of full body and luxury models. Visit relaxacare.ca. Your next report is at 2:21. Now with the forecast, here is Jason Fraser.
Right now, Christine, we continue to see lots of cloud cover, but no rain to talk about just yet. We will, however, at some point see a stray shower develop either this afternoon or this evening, and we'll bottom out right around 3 degrees tonight. Right now at Pearson, we're sitting at 10 degrees, our guaranteed high, 13 degrees.
680 news time, 2:02.
As the stay-at-home order in Toronto is extended by an additional 2 weeks, the Ford government has also given police additional powers to crack down on those not following COVID-19 precautions, prompting many to be concerned about being stopped on the street and carded.
But many police departments are speaking out on the move, saying they will not be doing these random checks. 680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with the very latest on this story. Michelle.
Yeah, Caitlin, citing concerns of equity and public trust, all GTA police forces are uniting in their vow to not conduct random stops, despite the province giving them the power to do so. And that's a step in the right direction for NDP MPP Jill Andrews for Toronto St. Paul's, who calls the Premier's move ludicrous.
And really, this is going to have a disproportionate impact on BIPOC community members who are already disproportionately targeted through racial profiling and carding by certain members of the police and by policing institutions.
A message echoed by Ontario Liberal leader Stephen Del Duca, writing on Twitter of the Premier, he's recklessly chosen policing over public health, a move that will needlessly target racialized Ontarians. NDP leader Andrea Horwath shares that concern.
There is disproportionate policing in some instances in some communities with some racialized folks, and these are exactly the same people that we're relying on, our essential workers on the front lines.
And while GTA forces have united in their message against random stops, Ontario provincial police say they will be enforcing these measures. Writing on Twitter, law enforcement now has the ability to ask anyone outside their residence, including motorists, to indicate their purpose for leaving home and provide their address. Failure to do so could result in a $750 ticket. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
680 News Time, 2:04. A COVID-19 data expert says the province should be encouraging people to get outdoors if they want to see case counts drop. Today is day one of the province's stricter measures, which includes the closure of all recreational facilities. 680's Michelle Morton has more.
Using April and May 2020 as an example, biostatistician Ryan Ingren says data shows when people are outside, we see case numbers go down.
We started to reopen here in Ontario. We loosened restrictions. What happened to the cases? They went down. One of the reasons why, if you look back to May 2020, we had people moving outside. We need to be encouraging outside movement, not having people stay inside. That's what the science shows. It shows that, yes, you still need to abide by restrictions when you're outside, but outside is just a lot safer than being inside.
Ingren says the province's reproductive rate is at 1.05, so 100 primary infections leads to 105 secondary infections, and the number needs to get below 1 to see cases drop. I'm Michelle Morton.
Brampton's mayor upset with the closure of playgrounds as part of the province's new COVID-19 measures. Patrick Brown says he will be consulting with City Council and the solicitor on whether they can legally decline a provincial order. He tweets, the medical advice has been clear that outdoor recreation should stay open.
And we're still over the 4,000 mark when it comes to daily COVID-19 cases today. 680's Madison Fitzpatrick has the numbers.
Ontario is reporting 4,362 new cases of COVID-19 today, which is a drop of 450 cases since the record reported yesterday. Locally, there are 1,162 new cases in Toronto, 936 in Peel, 430 in York Region, and 301 in Durham. Nearly 56,900 tests were completed and more than 107,000 vaccines were administered since yesterday. The province says an additional 34 people have died due to the virus. I'm Madison Fitzpatrick.
A second case of a blood clot linked to the AstraZeneca shot has been confirmed in Canada. Alberta's top doctor says it is in a man in his 60s who received treatment and is now recovering. Dr. Dina Hinshaw says it marks only 2 cases out of more than 700,000 doses of AstraZeneca that have been administered to date. She continues to recommend the vaccine for everyone 55 and older. In comparison, anyone 55 and older who is diagnosed with COVID-19 has a 1 in 200 chance of dying from that infection.
680 News Time 2:07. After decades of service to the Crown, the Duke of Edinburgh has been laid to rest in St. George's Chapel. Here's 680's Adam Steinberg with more on Prince Philip's funeral.
Prince Philip's coffin emerged from the state entrance of Windsor Castle as those taking part in the ceremonial procession for his funeral entered St. George's Chapel. Coffin loaded on a specially adapted Land Rover designed by Philip himself for the 8-minute journey. Queen Elizabeth spotted inside a state Bentley at the rear of the procession. CNN royal commentator Kate Williams is in London with more on the funeral salute to both Philip's service in the Royal Navy and his support for the Queen over 3/4 of a century.
This is really commemorating the Duke as a naval man and even as consort, putting the military services first was such a priority for him. The working with the veterans and really that, as Richard was saying, his last engagement was with the Royal Marines.
A limit of 30 mourners were in attendance in adherence to COVID safety protocols. That includes the Queen herself, her 4 children, and her 8 grandchildren. Philip died on April 9th at the age of 99. I'm Adam Steinberg.
Canada's national commemorative ceremony in honor of the late Prince Philip happened at Christchurch Cathedral in Ottawa this afternoon. There was no audience permitted in the cathedral due to COVID restrictions, but Prime Minister Justin Trudeau paid tribute to him in a video.
Prince Philip was a man of great service, a man who believed in people, and in particular, in young people. He challenged them to do more, to believe in themselves, to push for a better and brighter tomorrow.
Trudeau also said Philip dedicated his life to the service of others.
And we get 2 Blue Jays games instead of 1. Here's 680's Maria Saint-Aubin with the doubleheader in Kansas City today.
Count it, we have 1, 2 Jays games today with the team taking on the Royals in a doubleheader. Game 1 goes to 2 on the Fan and Sportsnet. Lefty Steven Matz gets the ball for the Jays. He's 2-0 this season with an ERA of 1.46 and has gone at least 6 innings in both of his starts. The lefty Mike Minor will counter for Kansas. In 2 starts this season, he's 1-0 with an ERA of 4.5. Game 2 gets going at 6 on the Fan and Sportsnet 1. We'll see Tommy Malone getting the ball for Toronto, Irvin Santana countering for the Royals. As for roster moves, the Jays have recalled infielder Santiago Espinal as the 27th man for today's doubleheader. And just a reminder, as of this season, doubleheaders, 7 innings with a runner on second after that. From Sportsnet 590 The Fan, I'm Maria Saint-Aubin.
A significant move at the pumps. We'll have that coming up soon.
680 News Time 210.
Thanks, Toronto.
For continuing to make us #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather.
On your radio, online, and on your smart speaker.
This is 680 News. Would you like to own investment real estate? Hi, I'm Todd C. Slater, the Simple Investor, and for years we have educated thousands of investors with our Simple Seminar. Now, I would like to introduce the Simple Real Estate Investment webinar on Thursday, April the 29th at 7 p.m. Find out who makes the best tenant, where is the best place to buy, and so much more. Go to thesimpleinvestor.com to register today. The Simple Investor. We make the world of real estate investment simple.
And now the 680 News gas price update is predicting that the price of gas is going to rise 5 cents at midnight to just under $1.31 a liter at most GTA stations. Coming up next, traffic and weather together.
This is 680 News.
Hey, hon, can you pass the salt?
Sure. There you go.
Thank you.
So, are we just now going to talk about the elephant in the room?
You mean the first pipe in our kitchen and the 6 inches of water in our house?
No, I asked if we were going away for our anniversary, and I got nothing.
No, I said yes.
Wait, what?
I said yes.
What?
Never mind.
No one should live with water damage. Submit a claim with the Intact Insurance app and get back to life as you know it. Visit intact.ca or talk to your broker. Conditions apply.
Ontario's COVID-19 vaccine plan is helping to stop the spread and save lives. Until we're all vaccinated, we need to stay the course. Wear a mask, wash your hands, keep your distance. We've come so far together, and thousands of people across Ontario are getting vaccinated every day. Your turn is coming soon. Visit ontario.ca/COVID vaccine plan or call 1-800-999-6488 for assistance in 300 languages. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Now traffic and weather together. Here's Christine Lingos.
This report is brought to you by Queensway Hyundai. Northbound 410 approaching Williams Parkway. We had a collision occur here. Ambulance had just crawled up the left shoulder and made it to the scene. We had some lanes getting through. It doesn't look like that's the situation right now. They're just assessing the situation right now. That's a northbound 410 approaching Williams Parkway. Looks like all lanes are blocked here. It's jammed from approaching Queen. On the westbound 401 at Dixon, left lane is blocked with a stalled tractor trailer. Delays from approaching Islington Express. And the southbound Don Valley Parkway ramp to eastbound Lawrence closed off because of some road work. Experience the Queensway Hyundai Advantage. 0% finance, 0.9% lease, plus don't pay for 90 days. Experience the advantages and book an appointment at queenswayhyundai.ca. Your next report is at 2:21. Now with the forecast, here's Jason Fraser.
Well, Christine, we're seeing mostly cloudy skies along with a few sun peaks across our area, but despite all the cloud cover, I did take a look at radar, and I am not seeing anything pop up in terms of precipitation. However, there is some precipitation that is moving from the west, so can't rule out the possibility of a quick rain shower this afternoon into this evening. We'll drop down to 3 degrees tonight, and then tomorrow we'll see mostly cloudy skies, with some rain showers possible, high of 14 degrees. 10 degrees right now at Pearson, our guaranteed high, 13 degrees.
680, there's John, 213.
The current COVID restrictions don't prevent us from getting outside for some exercise or being active with our dogs. 680's Phil Martino has some tips from a dog expert.
Melissa McKee, dog expert and field marketing and operations manager at Dogtopia Canada, says dogs love the great outdoors just as much as we do. So we can take them along on hikes, on a bike route, or on what she calls a sniffari.
When you bring your dog on a walk, but you let them lead the way. So wherever they're sniffing, wherever they want to follow through and go through trails, they're the leader of that walk, and so you're just along for the ride.
He also suggests a water play day.
We know that dogs love to swim, splash, especially for puppies. You don't want to just bring them into open water, so you can even do a kiddie pool in your backyard to introduce them to what water feels like on their paws.
She adds, always think of breed and age when you are determining the best activity for your dog. I'm Phil Martino.
We'll have your top stories in sports coming up next.
680, there's John, 214.
When you donate your unwanted vehicle to Kidney Car, all proceeds stay in Canada. That means your spring cleaning could be helping people across the country, funding kidney programs and services right here at home. Contact Kidney Car today and arrange your free no-contact tow. Plus, receive a tax receipt for the fair market value of your vehicle. Kidney Car, helping Canadians help each other for over 27 years. Donate at kidneycar.ca.
Hey fellas, what good is a tool if it's not rigid? Rigid Power Tools. Orange and black, leading the pack. Because Rigid Power Tools have the industry's only lifetime service agreement. Free batteries for life, free parts for life, and free service for life. For on the job or a job around the house. Rigid.
Rigid Tools. From performance for life. Rigid Tools. Available exclusively at the Home Depot.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Partly cloudy and 10 degrees right now in downtown Toronto. Good afternoon. I'm Zach Bodenstein.
And I'm Caitlin Lee here with the top stories this hour.
Toronto police have announced that they will not be doing random stops of people walking or driving, and many other forces are following suit, including Peel, Halton, and York regions. This comes after the Ford government granted enforcement enforcement officers the power to do so in effort to limit the spread of COVID-19, asking where people live or where they're going. Among the new restrictions announced by the Premier yesterday, the closure of non-essential construction, outdoor recreational amenities like sports fields and courts, and big box capacities being reduced to 25%. Brampton's mayor is upset with the closure of playgrounds as part of the province's new COVID-19 measures. Patrick Brown says he'll be consulting with City Council and the solicitor on whether they can legally decline a provincial order. He tweets that the medical advice has been clear that outdoor recreation should stay open. And now 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Colin Teskey.
Full day of baseball on tap. The Blue Jays embarking on a doubleheader with the Kansas City Royals. We are just about to throw the game's first pitch in moments here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Stephen Matz gets the ball.
ButlerMortgage.ca.
Jean-Michel Louvain en direct. Radio-Canada Télé. Et puis après, un petit peu plus tard, hier, à 22h30, il va y avoir le documentaire Mon oncle Patoff, qui a été fait, auquel vous avez participé, qui a été fait beaucoup par le fils de Jacques, par le neveu de Jacques Desrosiers. Est-ce qu'il y a un lien possible à faire entre Patoff et Michel Louvain?
Moi, je vois certainement un lien dans ce qu'on comprend comme étant la culture populaire, c'est-à-dire cette idée que c'est bien de faire rire les jeunes, c'est bien de faire pleurer les jeunes, c'est bien de leur dire des choses qui les touchent, c'est bien de leur tendre la main. Et je crois que justement le fait que ce soit diffusé donc, à ICI Télé, ben, il y a comme une grande réconciliation ici entre c'est le Canal 2, dirions-nous, qui nous...
.ca/590. 680 News traffic alert.
This is Christine Langos for the 680 News Traffic Center. Northbound 410 is blocked approaching Williams Parkway because of a collision. Emergency crews on scene. A delay from approaching Queen. The 680 Traffic Watch continues.
At Sicily Honda, our family wants your family to drive a great deal during our Honda Checkered Flag event. Right now, get 0.99% lease and finance rates on a 2021 Pilot, or get $4,000 in consumer cash on select models. Get a great deal and get Air Miles Reward Miles at Sicily Honda, 88 Steeles Avenue, just west of Yonge. Go to SiciliHonda.com for details. I'm Hugh Sicily, and we're family-driven.
Families, be sure your spring break is fun and safe. Continue to screen for COVID-19 symptoms daily and stay indoors if you feel unwell. Enjoy outdoor activities safely and close to home. Continue physical distancing. Wash your hands and wear a mask. Following public health advice will help stop the spread of COVID-19. Visit ontario.ca/COVID response. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
680 News Time, 2:19. An Ohio police sheriff and his tiny police dog have died on the same day. 67-year-old Dan McClellan and his 16-year-old crime-fighting Chihuahua Midge retired in 2016. And on Wednesday, the county sheriff died in hospital from cancer just hours before his beloved partner passed away at home. When Midge joined the police in 2006, she entered the Guinness World Record book, becoming the smallest police dog in the world. The McClellan family says the two loved ones will be buried together.
Last of the drug-sniffing dogs. By the way, there's no such thing as a drug-sniffing dog. They have tested this repeatedly. The dog always responds to what the police officer tells him to do. So I don't give a fuck he died of cancer. I hope it hurt bad, bitch. It was a marijuana-sniffing dog. I hope it hurt bad, bitch.
A peaceful demonstration turned violent with people hurling glass bottles at officers. A curfew was ordered and pepper cannons were used to disperse the crowd. Mark Remillard, ABC News, Minneapolis.
Traffic and weather next.
You down with OPP?
Legal relationships. My name is Stuart Rudner, and whether you're an employer or an employee, you...
Oh, yeah. You believe what you want. I keep saying Chomo watches 24/7. If I go out the door, he's out there within seconds of me. Don't kid yourself.
HR lawyers, employment lawyers, workplace lawyers, whatever you call them, you'll be glad you did. RunnerLaw.ca. Why is my
It's a
dog?
perversion of by any means necessary, because they're going to hurt me or kill me or rape me or give me AIDS or get me evicted or whatever for being a nigger that looks white and won't pretend to be white. Just remember, if I just kept running, I'm actually white, this would all go away, right? Sort of. All these white people telling me what to do would go like, no, it wouldn't. Because I watched people try that. It doesn't work. I don't know what happened to them. I think they're all dead from misadventure.
680 News Time, 221 traffic and weather together. Here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR on the westbound 401 west of Bayview Express. Stalled vehicle now blocking the left lane. And then westbound 401 at Dixon, the left lane is blocked with a stalled tractor trailer, really slowing things down from approaching Islington in the Express. Now, if you're heading up to the Brampton area, just be advised, northbound 410 approaching Williams Parkway, almost at the ramp. We have a collision. It still looks like all lanes are blocked here. It's slowing things from north of Steeles as you make your way to approaching Williams Parkway. So definitely try an alternate route. You can try using Dixie, Mavis, or even Kennedy. Kennedy looks like a really good route right now. You can rejoin northbound 410 at the Williams Parkway. And motorists traveling southbound, they're going to have a look. If you're traveling on the southbound Don Valley Parkway, no access to eastbound Lawrence. That ramp is closed because of road repairs. North and southbound Don Valley Parkway, though, in fairly good shape. 407 ETR donates to 19 GTA hospitals and rehab centers to support critical healthcare programs and services. 407 ETR for the things that matter most. Your next report is at 2:31. Now with the forecast, here's Jason.
Owned by the teachers' pension funds.
Well, Christine, we continue to
and
see
they bought it from some Spanish company. But we paid to build that shit.
It's always a lovely thing to see on a Saturday. One of the things, though, that we are not seeing yet is some rain showers, and we could end up seeing those rain showers here within the next couple of hours. So if you do have any outdoor errands that you're running or you need to run, I would just have the umbrella handy. Overnight, we'll drop down to 3 degrees. Tomorrow, we'll go up to about 15 degrees, and we could also see a stray shower as well. And then for Monday, we'll see a mix of sun and clouds and a high temperature near 13 degrees. For Tuesday, it'll be cloudy, and we could end up seeing some rain as well as even some flurries. Temperature then near 8 degrees. Right now at Pearson, it's 10 degrees. Our guaranteed high, 13 degrees.
Man, if I was in a RAV4 right now, I'd load up my gear and head out for an adventure.
It's more or less a cheat.
In front of me.
Rollout in this country is an issue. You and I talked about that. And now Moderna is
Not easy to see, but look on the chocolate chips.
In half, which is not good news for us at all, is it?
No. We've got two parallel problems in Canada. The first problem is that we don't have enough doses, not nearly enough doses to vaccinate the population to a high enough degree to get herd immunity. We're just
herd immunity is not a thing. Herd immunity is not a thing. I'm gonna point out something to you. You're leaving out all the other species from your herd. You think of a certain percentage of humans will somehow stop it from spreading to animals.
Would be nowhere near where we need to be for herd immunity.
Yeah. Dr. Jacobs?
We're nowhere near where we need to be for herd immunity. Herd immunity is a theory. It originally was 65%. It's a theory. It's never been proven. It's never been done, ever. Except for the Micmac of smallpox. That's right. You get a smallpox problem. You got a huge problem, don't you? Go ahead and tell me about your vaccine, because the CDC already said your vaccine wore out. Go ahead and say it got wiped out. No, it didn't. They sold samples to, like, Algeria or some shit last year. You don't remember that? It's just like the anthrax. They keep selling it to people.
Seeing the difference in green space in the downtown core as more high-rise condos were put up, adding the CN Tower and Rogers Center developments along the water. We're actually going to upload a time-lapse video of the 6 to 680news.com.
The 6 refers to 6 nations. It's 89 kilometers away from Toronto. It's not Toronto. In Toronto, you hear someone yell 6, it means the cops are coming. No, you're right. I'm from the 6. You're going to get punched in the fucking face.
Institute.
Oh, but Aubrey said Aubrey can't walk down the street without getting robbed. He's an informant. Yeah, he went to court and testified and everything, even after he got his jewelry back. The guys got nailed within fucking moments for going the wrong way down a one-way street past a cop. Aubrey still went to court the year later or whatever. Oh, John Tory, huh? John, just like John Jack Layton. His real name is John. Gave him the key to the city, right? There's no key to Toronto. Toronto has always been an open city to the whole world. That's why there's no wall. That's why there's no key. It's written in the city's documents. There's no key to this city. Oh, you're mad. You're mad. You're mad. Chomo Mob is mad. Chomo Mob is mad.
410 is blocked approaching Williams Parkway because of a collision. Emergency crews
I'm going back
on scene.
outside, Chomo.
It's jammed from north of
I'm going back outside.
The 680 traffic watch continues.
It's not just the housing market that's seeing record demand right.
You want to see the angriest, most vindictive person in the world? It's a child rapist who didn't get to rape a child and then sees that child as an adult. That's where these assholes come from.
For CBRE,
There's been a drastic imbalance that's been occurring for many years, which has always kept the vacancy rate around 1%. It's the tightest industrial market in North America. What we've seen in terms of the customer behavior change on e-com and food distribution, home improvement supplies, PPE and medical. There's just been a ton of new green shoots.
E-com. Does this idiot know COM is short for communications? Commerce is short for commercial. Bro, you fucked up your language again.
We have to get creative on repurposing other asset classes to keep up with demand, and we're already seeing that throughout the U.S. Some major
What are you talking about?
repurposements and different types of golf course recreation properties being redeveloped. So that coupled with cooperation from the local governments all the way up to the provincial governments, there is a lot of developers trying to entitle land and get land out the door faster. But one of the challenges we experience, unfortunately, is just a very slow and arduous entitlement and planning process.
And from a logistics standpoint, warehousing is getting closer to the customer base for rapid delivery points.
So before,
no, it's not. That's not how that works.
A tenant and they want to be just in the West GTA. Tenants are looking from Oshawa to Cambridge, Kitchener. And the nice thing is going west. So if you look at Hamilton, Kitchener, Cambridge, Guelph, Market.
Kitchener. From Oshawa to Kitchener. Bro, your sense of distance is way the fuck off, eh?
At the Business Center, I'm Mike Upple.
Hiring can be challenging, but ZipRecruiter makes it fast and easy. We talked to Monica Starks, who needed to hire for a pivotal role at her company, GS Group.
Oshawa is basically the next habitable town going east. Kitchener's way the fuck out to the west. It's not comparable to compare the two.
Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. Monica did, and that's how she found Lamont, her new...
If you say you live in Oshawa and you work in, people will say Toronto. If you say you live in Kitchener and you work in, they're going to say Waterloo, right?
Results. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter.
No one's talking about the Amish.
Within the first day.
No one is mentioning the Amish.
And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ziprecruiter.ca/Canada.
You're listening to News at 2:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Good afternoon. It is Saturday, April 17th. I'm Caitlin Lee.
And I'm Zach Bodenstein. Here's what you need to know right now.
Toronto police joining a growing number of Ontario forces saying they will not be using their new powers granted by the province to conduct random...
Because they know Toronto niggas will shoot at them in the back of the fucking head.
A COVID-19 data expert...
How many times have you tried to harass a child or an old person and a bunch of young thugs start catcalling you?
Safer than being inside.
You've heard them rumors. They won't tell you about the kidnappings, beatings, rapes, and getting your gun stolen. They won't tell you about that, but that happens all the time too. But they will tell you that if you pick on weaker people, you're going to get fucked up, officer.
Philip laid to rest at the age of 99.
Florida's Gurriel Jr. gets the Blue Jays on the board first in Game 1 of the doubleheader with Kansas City, and Toronto FC off to a horrible start in their season opener against Montreal. Sports at 40.
IDDayofmourning.ca.
We'll hear from an expert who says employers need to step up and address misinformation.
6:80 news time, 2:31.
Time for traffic and weather together.
Employers are the ones breaking the rules.
Parkway because of a collision. I'm hearing it was a vehicle rollover. We have plenty of emergency crews on scene. Northbound 410 is jammed from north of Steeles to Queen, where you're diverted off the roadway. And now they've closed the east and westbound Queen ramps to northbound 410 as well. On the southbound 410, it's slow from Beauvert to Williams Parkway. It's just motorists taking it all in on the northbound side. Westbound 401 west at Bayview and the express problems have been cleared away from here. But westbound 401 at Dixon, left lane is still blocked with a stalled tractor trailer. A delay from approaching Islington in the express. The southbound Don Valley Parkway ramp to eastbound Lawrence is closed because of some road work due to a collision we had earlier. Actually, we had it yesterday, but they're still doing repairs to the guardrail. There's nothing like spring showers to remind you about Subaru's all-weather drive event on now at your local Subaru dealer. Shop safely and book your appointment to Adventure On. Your next report is at 2:41. Now with the forecast, here is Jason Fraser.
Well, Christine, speaking of those showers, we're not seeing any on the radar, but I am expecting to see some pop-up rain showers at some point this afternoon. Mainly cloudy right now across the area, and it'll continue to be cloudy for the rest of the afternoon and into this evening. We'll top out right around 13 degrees, and then tonight we'll dip down to about 3 degrees. We're sitting at 10 degrees at Pearson, our guaranteed high, 13 degrees.
6:80 news time, 2:33.
Many GTA police departments are reassuring the public they will not be stopped on the street or in their cars for random spot checks.
One of the many new stay-at-home restrictions announced by the Ford government gives officials the power to do those stops. 680's Michelle Mackey now joins us live with all of the details from police. Michelle.
Zach, despite the province granting police these increased powers, Toronto, Halton, Peel, York, and now Durham Regional Police all say they will not be conducting random stops. York Police, for example, say our actions will focus on those individuals who overtly put others in danger, and citizens refusing to comply will be charged appropriately. That's a step in the right direction for NDP MPP Jill Andrew of Toronto St. Paul's, who says...
But it's a lie, because as we discovered, 2 days ago, the fines for what they just said are $1 million. Purposely turning off the ventilation to this building. $1 million. And what's happening?
Now, Ontario Provincial Police have indicated they will be enforcing their increased powers, stating law enforcement now has the ability to
last night they're putting up roadblocks. That's what you said last night. The OPP is putting up roadblocks.
Failure to do so could result
in tell you something.
$750.
Any professional trucker, Manitoba, Alberta plates coming through with that bush bar, they see people attempting to roadblock the road between Ontario and Manitoba, they're going to assume you're pretending to be cops and you're trying to kill them and steal the truck, and they're going to blow right through you. You're fucking stupid.
Outdoors is minimal. Biostatistician Ryan Imgren says outdoor transmission can happen, but it's a lot less risky than inside.
According to who? According to who? Because no data is data, and that's science. I got a question for you. You stay home and just stay home. How many times do you caught a cold in your life? Just stay at home. It hasn't happened, ever. It's never happened.
A huge decrease in cases. We saw a reproductive value of around 0.85. That's a drastic drop in cases.
And he says retail capacity.
They weren't testing everybody. They weren't reporting variants. They weren't none of this shit. That was December when I was screaming about how I got some mutated variety and nobody wants to hear it. December 8th, 9th, 10th. Go look it up on these videos. I was flipping out about it. We had the numbers really low. No, you didn't. You did not.
% capacity. This is all about having fewer people inside of the space.
I'm Michelle Morton.
680 news time, 2.
So I just muted the one important part. the store should be allowed to stay open 24/7 because shortening the hours increases the number of people in the store. Everybody knows that because it's simple math. A grade 3 student would be able to tell you that. Is that simple? If we reduce the number of hours of the store, how many people will have to be in the store at the same time? If they're in the store an average of such and such, and they come in the store an average of this many per hour, they're pretending not to know. They're pretending they don't get it. All you immunocompromised people come to the store at the same time. No. What the fuck would I do then?
Leaving outdoor playgrounds alone. Let our kids have this one thing.
COVID-19 cases today still above 4,000.
I thought the playgrounds were already closed. I said this before. The people you see on them live in that neighborhood. Their kids would be playing together anyway, and them being there keeps all the idiots out of there. So.
162 new cases in Toronto, 936 in Peel, 430 in York Region, and 301 in Durham. Hospitalizations have topped 2,000 for the first time in the pandemic, nearly 56.
I'm a water bear, which is an air sign. King of Cups, the crown, coronavirus, heavy as the head that wears the crown, royal bloodlines. People don't listen to anything. People don't listen to anything.
Fitzpatrick.
Just 3 months ago, the world passed the 2 million mark of COVID-19 related.
They told us last year that 1 out of 8 cases isn't getting counted at least.
The COVID-19 pandemic has...
Also, in January, they said there might be 45 million cases and 1 million people die. And then a couple months later, that's what the old man upstairs told us. And nobody else listened to him. Then the first official thing off the media, like a mainstream media thing I could find, said 50 million.
The royal family by his side.
Not news.
Yeah, lovely. You know, a couple minutes walk.
So how ready are you if you had been responded to immediately, Dr. Gerson, when you made your offer or your approach to the federal government early during the pandemic?
I think they did, because this is the only one
if
left.
they had come back to you and provided you with what you needed to start producing vaccines for Canadians, how quickly could you have done it?
We would be making them now.
You just called him doctor, which means he's never studied vaccines in his life.
In big numbers. Absolutely. I mean, many millions we could be making right now. I mean, we first contacted them a year ago, March, and got no response. Finally, they came back to us in June and said no to us in October. So, you know, what kind of decision-making process?
So 95% of people in China that got affected with COVID used TCM, and it benefited them. That's traditional Chinese medicine. It's regulated there just like it is here. TCM, that's what they call it. And then they said they don't have enough materials, TCM materials, to supply the whole world, and then they stopped talking about it.
I don't want to get silly here, but it is an infuriating situation.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, look, a couple of really important points. I mean, we know that the vaccine committee is conflicted. One of the original members left because the other ones were conflicted. We know that. So, you know, the government, unfortunately, is not getting good advice. But the critical thing from our perspective is that Canada needs to hit all the levers and push all the buttons at its disposal and use all of its resources, including us, to get this thing under control. This is really an unprecedented emergency, and it's getting worse and worse because of these variants, which were not predicted early on. But they're dominating the scene now. I mean, the economic losses to this economy in Canada and worldwide far, I mean, by 1,000-fold outweigh the investment required to solve this problem. I mean, what are we going to do next summer when we're talking about the same thing? And it's really not too late. They just
Wow, you're really opening people's eyes, because we were told a year ago it would take 3 years minimum for the virus, 5 minimum for the economy by the Chinese army, the feds here, and the United Nations.
So you may want to fill
they
out
all said the same thing.
now instead of
and we
waiting
never
until tomorrow.
started that countdown yet. It doesn't just go away on its own.
2 minutes from.
Il nous manque l'information du bas pour compléter et bien comprendre l'émotion exprimée. Par exemple, on peut froncer les sourcils quand on est fâché, mais on peut aussi froncer des sourcils quand on est aveuglé ou parce qu'on est dégoûté. La seule chose qui permet de distinguer les trois expressions, c'est le bas du visage. Chez les personnes qui ont une perte auditive, le masque va poser un défi encore plus important parce que de un, il baisse le niveau de la voix des gens qui parlent et de deux, en cachant la bouche, ça empêche les personnes malentendantes de lire sur les lèvres. Mais ce qui inquiète le plus les experts de la parole, ce sont les effets néfastes du masque sur le développement du langage chez les jeunes enfants. Parce qu'il y a des études qui ont démontré que sur une longue durée, le port du masque chez les adultes en garderie ou en milieu scolaire risquait de priver les enfants d'une série d'informations qui sont essentielles pour le bon développement du langage, surtout chez ceux qui ont des troubles d'apprentissage. Parce que quand on apprend à parler, on doit observer les lèvres pour comprendre et assimiler le mouvement.
Oh, the other thing they said they might have repeated was that teachers can't teach without having physical access to the kids. Right, that's a pedophile statement.
Mais non.
They tried to pass it, and they were saying a bunch of, oh, and then teachers can't teach without being able to physically touch the kids. Oh.
And I've seen a delay southbound on the 410 from South of Boulevard to Williams Parkway. That's just motorists flowing through this area to have a look. On the westbound 401 at Dixon, left lane is still blocked with a stalled tractor trailer. It's slow from approaching Islington in the express. A bit of a volume delay here northbound on the Don Valley Parkway from north of Eglinton to York Mills. Had some problems here on the shoulder. It looks like they've been cleared away. Southbound DVP ramp to eastbound Lawrence is closed for construction, and the Pine Valley ramps to eastbound 407 are closed for repairs. Let's get Toronto vaccinated. Get the COVID vaccine when it's your turn. Book online at toronto.ca/COVID-19 or call 888-999-6488. Your next report is at 2:51. Now with the forecast, here is Jason Fraser.
Lots of cloud cover, Christine, across the GTA, but a few of us are even seeing just a few peaks of some sunshine. Overnight, though, we will drop down to about 3 degrees, and then tomorrow we'll see a mix of not only sun, clouds, but also the possibility of some rain showers, and we'll top out near 14 degrees. Right now, in downtown Toronto, it's about 10 degrees, and our overnight low will be 3 degrees.
680 News Time, 2:43.
Toronto's second pothole repair blitz of the year is underway. 32 crews are stand out across the city working to fill those pesky car-crunching craters. During the first blitz last month, crews managed to fill 5,100 potholes.
Last year it was like damn near 30,000, like 25,000. 5,100. You're waiting for her to say 1,000, right? I don't know why they're bigging it up. I don't know why they're up in the number.
Tell me about these.
They're trying to pretend the city's not all fucked up right now.
Do something, but let's do both, and let's make vaccine here while they're getting started. They can do more later when they're ready. But why hesitate? There's no reason.
You're very diplomatic.
The vaccine won't do anything for all the variants. You waited too long.
Wouldn't be as kind as you are. The fact is that you can do what needs to be done for Canadians, and you haven't been reminded. Nobody's come to you and said, we will use your existing facilities and use your knowledge to the benefit of Canadians. So that's where we stand. I received an email to Roy at RoyGreenshow.com. Dear Roy, I'm a pharmacist in Alberta. We get vaccines out as soon as we can. As soon as we get them, provinces are not the problem. That's from Arlen. So, Dr. Gerson, is it your sense? We'll do this in about 20 seconds.
Oh, I remember last night. Oh, ethyl mercury is good for you. It's the methyl mercury that's bad. Mercury is a cumulative toxin. I had the same argument with somebody about salt. I said, blah, blah, blah. So, oh, they said, it's not this type of sodium. It's that type of sodium. I said, yes, sodium is sodium. It's salt. It's an element. It's sodium. Oh, but it's this different kind of sodium. Doesn't matter. I put arsenic mixed with Coca-Cola. It's still arsenic.
In Canada for Canada.
Yes, sir.
But, the government has to step up and agree with that. And
has to.
Good to talk to you.
Government has to. Did you see how people are just locked in the way they think? Things are going to go the way he wants them to or else. And people are reaching you've never seen so many people reach that edge of their reality ever before in your life. All these people, this is how things have to be.
Royals picking up the first.
And they're finding out it doesn't have to be that way.
J'ai déjà eu à faire un portrait robot, personnellement.
dans l'autre siège à ce moment-là. J'étais vraiment, tu sais, j'étais là au titre de victime.
They're smashing on my bathtub from underneath, hein?
Et donc, quand j'ai eu à travailler le personnage d'une portraitiste, ben, en fait, je me suis concentrée sur les qualités qu'avait besoin une victime pour arriver à entrer dans son inconscient, peut-être, tu sais, pour arriver à replonger dans ses souvenirs qui sont peut-être les plus lointains à ce moment-là.
When people's fake realities get shattered, all sorts of things happen. One thing I'm seeing around me over and fucking over, I'm supposed to just drop dead or be sick because all these people keep coughing and whatever in my face. They got themselves sick on purpose. They're going to spread this stuff and make me sick. And what they're not understanding, for example, B19 parvovirus, when I started telling people that's what I had, for a year, they tried to give it to me after I already had it. For a year straight. My anecdotal reports are on this channel. They're getting mad that the only coughing I do is basically from this and air pollution and the bad air of the building. I don't hang around these people. I don't let them pop in their air. I hold my breath when they're on. They all think that if they come up and go in my face, that means I was inhaling at the same second. Because they all know me and what I am. And I'm going to do this and I'll get sick and die. And I'll be sniffling and coughing. No, I'm not, am I? The maddest hell of that. They're all coughing and sniffling. I'm pointing at the radio, but all these people, they're all coughing and sniffling, mad that we're not just dropping dead. Like, even though the numbers of people dying and getting sick of black people and indigenous people are higher than what it should be proportionally, they're still pissed that it's not happening to me. Okay.
Just having a ticket feels a lot like that moment between and...
Put it this way, all this shit I spit out is clear. It's fluid from my lungs from having acute chest syndrome, which comes from low oxygen levels. It has nothing to do with infiltrate or viral material or anything.
Regulators have issued a warning for owners of treadmills made by Peloton.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission warns people with children and pets to immediately stop using Peloton treadmills. The commission says it's received reports of children and a pet being pulled, pinned, and entrapped under the rear roller. That's resulted in fractures, scrapes, and the death of one child. However, Peloton says the warning is inaccurate and misleading. It says there's no reason to stop using the treadmill as long as children and pets are kept away from it at all times. The company adds the treadmill should be turned off when not in use and the safety key removed. I'm Ben Thomas.
The search for suspects continues following the shooting of Gene and Lawrence. Toronto police have identified the city's latest homicide victim as 21-year-old Dre Hugh Wilson of Durham. Officers say they found the victim collapsed on the street with critical injuries after a shooting in North York. Constable Laura Brabant says police were called after several gunshots were heard near Lawrence Avenue West just before 7 on Friday night.
Police responded to the area of James Street and Queens Drive for reports that multiple gunshots were heard in the area.
Paramedics say the victim was taken to a trauma center with life-threatening injuries where he later died. There's no suspect description at this time, but police say several people were seen fleeing the area through a ravine. Anyone with information or dash cam footage is asked to contact police. I'm Enrique Amatoro. 680 News Time 249. Voluntary COVID-19 testing for asymptomatic students and school staff taking place in Peel this weekend. Today, clinics open between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. are at Our Lady of Mount Carmel Catholic Secondary School.
Why are we spending all these resources
Clear Tipping Catholic Elementary School in Brampton. And tomorrow from 1:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., the host clinic will be at St. Marcellinus Catholic
Well, so you're not going to do it during normal school hours either. You're going to make them come in so they're going to other places before they come to the school. You guys are geniuses. You guys are geniuses.
COVID-19. The clinics are for those who do not have any symptoms of the virus, and the region wants to remind residents that anyone experiencing symptoms of COVID-19 should
What's wrong, Chomo?
At an assessment center. Host locations will change every week so that families from every school across the board will have the opportunity to access a clinic in their area. No reservations are required for these clinics, and family members living in the same household may also attend. If you plan to get tested, they ask that you bring one piece of government-issued identification.
Why?
I'm Michelle Halim.
What do you need a piece?
Okay.
What do you need the government-issued identification for? Do you have to do that for HIV testing? No. Why? Exactly.
Fathers and sons.
Mothers, daughters,
Girl Scouts, and Little Leaguers.
we are the so-called quiet, docile ones.
We live in fear, but hide behind soft smiles.
We are being targeted.
This entire
attacked,
commercial.
killed. We are
Listen.
the Asian community, and we are hurting.
Stand with us.
Follow #Stop Asian Hate today.
It should be stop anti-Asian hate. Stop Asian hate means stop Asians from being so hateful.
We need somebody to clean up this water. And Roto-Rooter does water cleanup.
As soon as I can find a phone in all this water, I'm calling a bunch of people.
I told you, Roto-Rooter does both. 1-800-GET-ROTO.
Wait, Roto-Rooter does plumbing?
And water cleanup? Yeah, they do both. 1-800-GET-ROTO. What's their number?
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name. And away go troubles down the drain.
680 News Time 251.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Christine Lindos.
Thank you, Caitlin. And we still have northbound 410 closed from Queen to Williams Parkway. It's blocked off.
As I keep saying, they will take every possible opportunity. Every possible. See the title of the video. Every possible opportunity. It's so bad. All I have to do is record the media, and you'll hear it yourself. It's nonstop.
Ramps from Queen to northbound 410, they're also closed because of this problem. And bumpers are slowing in the opposite direction. It slows southbound on the 410 from south of Beauvais to Williams Parkway. On the westbound 401 at Dixon, left lane is blocked to the stalled tractor trailer. A heavy go from approaching Islington in the express. Still some volume remaining northbound on the Don Valley Parkway from Lawrence to York Mills, but it is easing now that problems at York Mills have cleared. And the southbound DVP ramp to eastbound Lawrence is still closed for some road repairs. Your next report is at 3:01. Now with the forecast, here's Jason Fraser.
Well, Christine, despite all of the cloud cover across the GTA, I just took a look at the radar, and I am not seeing anything pop up in terms of precipitation. So I am, however, expecting just a quick pop-up shower over the next couple of hours, and it could continue into tonight. Not expecting widespread rain, just certainly enough to make things a little wet in around the GTA at some point tonight. We'll drop down to about 3 degrees tonight, and then tomorrow it'll be pretty much a repeat of today. The only difference is we'll maybe improve by another degree.
You can say that about every day.
We'll top out right around 14 degrees. And then for Monday, we'll see a mix of some sun as well as some clouds and a high temperature of 13 degrees. And then for Tuesday, could even see a few flurries popping up along with some rain showers as the temperature dips down to around 6 degrees. Right now at Pearson, it's 10 degrees. Our guaranteed high, 13 degrees.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Dynamic Funds. Being active is better than being reactive. Dynamic Funds doesn't just take what the market gives. Ask a financial advisor about active management and learn more at dynamic.ca/advice.
Some see challenges, we see opportunities. Some see doubt, we see hope. Some see limits, we see possibilities. At Amica Senior Lifestyles, it is possible to be safe, active, and connected, to experience a premium lifestyle tailored to you, to make plans and live life on your terms, safely together. Find out how at amica.ca.
We work for you.
From talking to the newsmakers
To getting the answers to what you need to know about COVID-19.
and answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question, ask it at 680news.com/answers.
680 News gets the answers.
We're in this together.
680 News, working for you.
Quite the tip for Philadelphia's sandwich delivery person.
Okay, we all know how far behind the U.S. we are when it comes to vaccines, but this story
how
of
stupid this
Philadelphia
is.
really...
Well, they gave them a vaccine. No, they didn't. They sent them to go line up with everybody else. Listen.
delivery person was dropping sandwiches off at a vaccination site for the people working there. When the 32-year-old got there with the food,
they asked me, they said, "Oh, you get your vaccine?" Yeah, I said, "No, I didn't get it yet. I'm just waiting." "So you want one today?" I said, "Yeah, it's good right now." I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." And I took the hoagies in the back, and they said, "Okay, just go over there, grab a piece of paper, get your ID out.
See?
Get in line." We aren't vaccinating people, 50 and under? And if you are eligible, it's a struggle to figure it all out. There, you just show up with some...
We aren't blah, 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 what, blah, blah, blah. You hear the colloquialisms they use, the Canadian colloquialisms, where they try to make things different than they are? He went to a vaccine clinic and got in line just like everybody else. By the way, the people that gave it to him don't own it, so it's not a tip. Oh, and you paid $24 for him to get that. $24 a shot. Oh.
Road in Woodbridge.
The people that ordered the sandwiches didn't pay for them. And they made $24 giving that guy a needle. He didn't get any tip.
Terraces are still available. Styled with impeccable finishes. Wish we had more. Make your appointment to tour the model suites at leasidemanor.ca. Again, that's leasidemanor.ca. Invest in Shane Banghai.
680 News Time 256.
Now, time for your business report.
I'm Carl Garnish. Vaccine safety was top of mind this week as we learned of a rare but potentially fatal side effect involving AstraZeneca's as well as Johnson & Johnson shots. As health officials explore the possible links between the vaccines and blood clots, Kilian Shukalari, HR advisory team lead at Peninsula Canada, says it is crucial for employers to be clearly communicating the latest updates to staff as they consider whether or not to roll up their sleeves and get the jab.
How are employers responsible for your medical decisions?
So the employer's responsible to properly communicate and make sure that...
Listen to this guy's fucking voice. He's licking the fucking roof of his mouth to get the mucus off.
Obviously, empathy goes a long way nowadays.
Yes, companies are responsible for looking through the murky waters and pinpointing the information that is relevant to their workers.
Provide information where employees can find details about vaccination, connect them to those links that are validated, vetted.
If they're not responsible for teaching you about fire codes and what the police actually have the right to do and so forth, then they're not responsible for this either. What the fuck are you talking about?
Different individuals are dealing with different levels of difficulty.
Now, a few months ago, the rhetoric was, we all have to stop this vaccine hesitancy. We have to teach people that their hesitancy is wrong. We have to force them to see things our way. 6 months into it, where are we? It's an employer's responsibility to... No, it's not. You're not a fucking doctor. Doctors don't study drugs or vaccines. You're not a doctor. Now, you're going to tell your employees medical advice. You're a fucking genius. You're going to get sued or murdered or both. You'll get murdered by somebody and their kid will sue you.
Consider every scenario to make sure that you're keeping track of your team's well-being.
Here we are,
To make sure you keep it track here, too.
The Business Center. I'm Carl Garnish.
The great thing about Maple Auto
I tried to imitate his voice and damn near choked.
Mall is open by appointment. You can come in and shop for a car, online or in person. Shop all your favorite brands in one place. Honda, Toyota, Mazda, Hyundai, Nissan, Volkswagen, and Acura. One place, thousands of cars. Easy. Book an appointment to see us. Visit mapleautomall.ca.
Part of the Zankin Auto Group.
Everyday Canadians are buying homes and getting the wrong mortgage rates. Important announcement. If you have a home mortgage closing in the next 90 days, 1.15% 5-year variable rate mortgages are available at butlermortgage.ca.
Nope. Drug Administration in the United States. Stay with us. Roy Green Show on the Corus Radio Network.
Right now, being there for each other has never been more important. And while your vehicle may not be top of mind, your local Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer wants to do their part.
I need a Dodge Ramadan with a COVID-19 transmission.
Also 10 and overcast. The News Watch never stops. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. 680 News Time, 3 o'clock.
Toronto's number one for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
It's Saturday, April 17th. Good afternoon. I'm Zach Bodenstein.
And I'm Kate Lee. Here's what's making news this hour.
A potential backtrack before government reportedly set to rethink new police powers as a growing number of Ontario forces say they will not be conducting random stops.
His people watch this channel.
Your own household should be encouraged,
Oh, yeah.
not restricted.
Are you angry, Chomo? This is the time to dump. It's the top of the hour, Chomo. Come on, do it. Hurry up. I'll give you your 30 seconds, and I'm going to continue saying what I'm saying.
Philip late to rest at the age of 99.
TFC down early against Montreal in their MLS opener, while Lourdes Gurriel Jr. has got the Blue Jays on the board first in KC. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, rather than pack it in, a small GTA business owner makes lemonade out of lemons. 680 here's done, 301.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Christine.
Come on, Chomo, do your thing. Why is your internet so slow, Chomo?
Northbound 410 closed from Queen to Williams Parkway because of an earlier collision. It's jammed from north of Steeles as you make your way to Queen, where everyone is forced to exit the roadway. You can try using alternates, Kennedy, Dixie, even here Ontario, where everyone is forced to exit the roadway. You can try using alternates.
So Chomo doesn't believe I have this phone in my hand right now. Chomo doesn't believe it. Does not believe it. Does not believe it. Does not believe it. Yeah, you're going to start dumping again. So I got to turn it on again to make sure there's still sound if you're going to do that. We know the province watches this channel because it. Keep it up, Chomo. Keep it up. Every time I look at the fucking screen, every time my face lines up straight with the camera, it's going to lock up. And then what? You're going to edit my mouth out of this picture? You fucking retard. Yeah, 3 minutes late, the alarm goes off. Yeah, hilarious. All you can do is send large amounts of bad data. So I'm going to check the audio again, and then I'm going to say what I'm saying, because Chomo fucking hates that what I'm saying is true. I don't know why. You don't like being reminded what he's doing. Raping children is illegal, bro. Raping children is always going to be illegal in this province. It's always going to be illegal in this province. So we know Doug Ford's people see this channel. A lot of people see this shit, and I know the viewer counter doesn't indicate that. The hit counter, oh yes, it actually does. That's neither here nor there. Who's graffitiing up the Metrolink station when you speak out of turn, Dougie? I think you better remind your Chomo buddy here what the fuck upstairs for me, your Chomo white supremacist friends what the fuck's going on. It's a lot easier for them to watch this channel and the cameras and all the light posts than it is to keep me in a cell, apparently. Oh, I guess Chomo's responseless. Yeah, it took me 4 fucking minutes to get out half a sentence. Wow, you're so special.
The Canadian press citing a source with.
So, calling us bad apples, for example, telling us we didn't pay for the land. Whoa. Telling us that your buddies, the chiefs, sold it. They're not allowed to sell it. Federal law, bro. It's not up to them to sell. You could hand over all the money you want. They can sign the title. They can't be charged for signing the title. The title can't be issued, and you're out the money, period. That's what the law says. No one's allowed to do business with Indians but the federal government. Stupid.
Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown writing on Twitter, I will be consulting City Council and our solicitor on whether we can legally decline a provincial order. The medical advice has been clear that outdoor recreation...
You don't have to abide by it.
I've reached out to the Premier's office to confirm the potential pivot and have not yet heard back.
It's not a pivot. The parks are already closed.
This is 680.
We were doing just fine managing that, letting the local state there and nobody else.
Lower case counts, according to one expert, and with more on the Ford government's new restrictions, here's 680's Michelle Morton.
Iowa statistician Ryan Ingren says data shows when people are outside, case numbers go down. He says transmission can still happen outside, it's just less risky.
It's not a good thing to have people.
Because no one has studied it. And the media keeps telling them, go outside, get fresh air, good day for a drive, roll the windows down. That's natural ventilation. I still haven't heard the term cross ventilation. Well, white people used to be, oh, it's cross ventilation. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's like herd immunity. It's not a thing.
Secondary transmission and the province's reproductive rate is at 1.05, which means 100 primary infections leads to 105 secondary infections.
That's a lie.
That was one of the highest rates of transmission that we had in the Christmas time.
He says when you're
no,
outside,
it's not.
you should still
we were up to like 1.3 or 4 or some
social
shit. What the 1.05 is less than 1.1.
The head of critical care at Michael Garrett Hospital says it is.
A month ago, that same retard said, "Oh, anything over 1 is an exponential increase." It's not. It's an increase, but it's not exponential. It was an exponential increase before. Now it's down to 1.05, but it's not down to 1.05. 4,500 cases in a day is not 1.05. You're fucking stupid.
And he said no. He said there are no paid sick days if you don't feel well. He said people go to work sick because they need to put food on the table, because they need to pay rent at the end of each month.
Dr. Warner adding on top.
Yeah, and that's precisely the whole purpose of it. They want you working while you're sick. There's no reason. We produce enough food for 12 billion people in a year.
Making a special appearance today is PPC leader Maxime Bernier. He tweeted a poster saying, "Let's unmask the children, support the community, and small business." Now, Barrie Mayor Jeff Lehman responded to today's gathering, saying, "Disappointing this..."
Unmask the children. Yes, because all you chomos are obsessed with children's mouths, and you just let it fucking slip.
Crowds listening to music and speeches.
Ontario is reporting.
Look up Maxime Bernier yourself. You'll find enough suspect shit.
Madison Fitzpatrick breaks down the data. Ontario is reporting 4,362 new cases of COVID-19 today, a drop in 450 cases reported yesterday. Officials say 34 people have died due to the virus, bringing the total number of COVID-19 related deaths to 7,698. Locally, there are 1,162 new cases in Toronto, 936 in Peel, 430 in York Region, and 301 in Durham. The province's total case count now stands at 412,745, with 364,353 people having now recovered from the virus. The government adds that more than 107,000 vaccines were administered since yesterday. I'm Madison Fitzpatrick.
680 News Time 307. As Canada and other countries continue to grapple with a rising number of COVID-19 cases, the world just passed another grim pandemic milestone.
The global death toll from COVID-19 topped 3 million people Saturday, according to Johns Hopkins University, but experts believe the actual number is almost certainly higher. This figure is equivalent to the combined populations of Philadelphia and Dallas. Deaths are climbing once again. There's a worldwide average of about 12,000 each day. Roughly 3,000 of those are in Brazil, which has been ravaged by the virus in recent weeks and trails only the U.S. in the number of confirmed deaths. Brian Clark, ABC News.
680 News Time 308. The royal family has said its goodbyes to Prince Philip. The 99-year-old was laid to rest this morning.
Queen Elizabeth sits alone inside St. George.
Vaccine expert who offered the services of new vaccine.
What is a vaccine expert? It's not taught in any school anywhere, so what is a vaccine expert?
Vaccines for Canadians right now. Could be producing them for Canadians right now.
So could I. I could put anything in a bottle and say that's a vaccine.
Other governments, foreign governments,
up until this last year, no vaccine was ever tested for efficacy. They were never tested for efficacy, only for supposedly for safety. And what that really means is they run the study groups until they find one with the results they like.
The Business Council of Canada. And as far as the Business Council is concerned, they released this week information, or a news release, on how Canada can reach the goal of net zero emissions by 2050. Goldie Hyder is the president.
We already have net zero emissions, stupid.
Joins us, Mr. Hyder. Thank you for the time. Good to talk to you as always.
Thank you for having me, Roy, on this somber Saturday.
It is, isn't it?
Well, it started off with the funeral, and of course we're all stuck at home, so I suspect a lot of people are feeling a bit challenged by the situation. I know I certainly am.
Yeah. Let's talk about the federal budget. It's coming up. The Business Council of Canada's most fundamental advice to the federal government for the budget is what? Keeping in mind that Mr. Trudeau's government favors the mantra build back better, which means different things to different people.
It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Build, like developed, like on top of native burial ground. Back, because you're rebelling back against something. You're not initiating this, you're reacting to something. Better. You didn't do good the first time. You white people all die when you come to this land because you won't listen. The land decides who lives and dies. 15 survivors the first year, 1508. And all the other First Nations tribes tell us we should have thrown you in the river. So don't tell me you don't know about racism.
But it still feels like there's a...
broken record. We're all saying the same things, but it's time that Canadians...
No, you're not. You're all making it up as you go along.
And that allows me to speak very first about the importance of training and reskilling. I've got an op-ed in the Toronto Star today on what that means and why it's important to make sure that, those jobs...
So all the doctors the last 2 years have been rubber stamp passed. Let's see, none of the Canadian forces are being trained. You've got people that didn't qualify to be a teacher being teachers, on top of the fact they will not do an English test or a math test. They refuse.
As not just a social issue, but very much an economic issue, and the importance of making sure that...
It's not just a social issue, it's an economic issue. Social trumps economics, stupid. Yeah, they're not just killing niggers in the street. It's also hard for me to make money. You see how stupid that sounds? Your idea of prioritizing is skewed in your favor, white boy.
We've had some hit and misses with infrastructure development, and so we really need to send a signal to the world that Canada's here.
He's talking about the $4.5 billion pipeline to nowhere on Wet'suwet'en land. Hey, the U.S. consulate been here since 1864, Canada 1867. You met the Wet'suwet'en in the 1880s. You built Vancouver on a reservation, not just Indian land, a reservation already set aside by the feds. 15% buyer's tax means nothing. You still owe us all the money, all of it. All of it. The only way you're not going to pay it is if we can't find a descendant of yours to collect from. You want to call that a death threat? Go for it.
Reports titled Net Zero Goal will require partnership and a strong economy. Now, Mr.
Canada's a net zero emitter, period.
And then tomorrow it's going to be pretty much a repeat of today, as we'll see mostly cloudy skies, the possibility for some rain as well. High temperature near 14 degrees. 11 degrees right now at Pearson, our overnight low, 3 degrees.
680 News Time, 312.
Toyota is recalling about 373,000 Venza SUVs worldwide because of a wiring problem that could stop the side airbags from inflating in a crash. The recall covers Venzas from the...
These are the same guys that say, we're burning all the energy. We're burning it. We're using up the energy. And they swear they know physics and science.
Stop the side and curtain airbags from deploying when needed. Toyota will inspect the wires and replace them if needed at no cost to owners. We'll have your top stories in sports coming up next.
This is 680 News.
At jackpotcity.net, you can do amazing things with just one casino chip. Discover a world of incredible casino games with over 500 high-quality online slot games, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot, Mega Moolah. Play for free at jackpotcity.net and get treated as a VIP 24/7. So visit jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpot City, a whole world of casino games. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. This is not a gambling website.
Subway restaurant introduces new potato bun sidekicks. Soft buns made with Canadian potatoes, stacked with quality ingredients. Try all 4 mouth-watering varieties: honey mustard ham, savory turkey ranch, Italian aioli, and chipotle chicken. Starting at $2.99 for a limited time. New potato bun sidekicks. Subway, eat fresh. Freshly made for order at participating shops. Excludes delivery. Extras additional. Plus tax. No additional discounts. Coupons apply.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
10 degrees and overcast right now in downtown Toronto. Good afternoon. I'm Zach Bodenstein.
And I'm Caitlin Lee. Here are the top stories this hour.
The Ford government is expected to backtrack on new pandemic measures, giving police forces the power to stop and question people on the street or in their cars. It comes following...
They don't have the authority to give those powers. Only the feds do. Only the federal government could say that.
Health experts say we should be encouraging people to get outside to bring numbers down, not shutting down recreational facilities. It comes as both Barrie and Brampton's mayors condemn the closure of playgrounds.
Canada's seen its second case of a rare blood clot disorder linked to AstraZeneca, but health officials are still stressing the benefits outweigh the risks. There have been just 2.
Because the European Medical Authority says 1 in 40,000. Everybody reading off a sheet of paper says 4 in a million. That's not how you read that number. It's 1 in 250,000. And the person at the top's making it up off the top of her head, say, oh, it's 1 in a million. Yeah, 1 in 40,000 is almost the same as 1 in a million. 4 in a million is almost the same as 1 in a million. It's 400% difference.
Guerrero in to score.
Remembering, of course, if you have any of the conditions that might cause you to get that problem, you will not get the ICU bed because a young, rich, white person is more likely to heal. Self-perpetuating.
Set to start in the second game, which is slated to start at 6:10. Meantime, Toronto FC surrendering a goal 3 minutes into their opener of the MLS season against the Montreal Impact. The Impact would then add another in the 24th minute, but right before the final whistle before halftime, Marco Delgado got Toronto FC on the board for the first goal of the 2021 season in the 45th minute, 2-1 for the Impact as we begin the second half. RBC Heritage Open Canadian Corey Connors entered play 5 strokes back of Stuart Sink for the lead. The Canadian now in a logjam and a tie for second. There currently is a 7-way tie for second, and Connors is +1 through 4 holes of golf in round 3. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
Your life has taken a bit of a break, but your dental health shouldn't. At Ultima Dental, our enhanced cleaning and sterilization protocols will help keep you safe at your appointment, while our team of professionals keep your oral and overall health in check. We also offer our patients a 0% interest payment plan, so you can get the treatment you need when you need it. Located across Ontario and the GTA, contact your local Ultima clinic or visit ultimadental.com to find a dental professional near you. Ultima Dental, care beyond your smile.
If I had a Corolla, I'd crank up the Apple CarPlay and do a girls' weekend. Maybe we'd stop by at that pottery shop again. I wonder if that cute guy Mark still works there.
Mom?
Oh, yes, sweetie.
Who's Mark?
Red Tag Days are back. Stop dreaming about a new Toyota and start driving one. Lease a 2021 Toyota Corolla L from $49 weekly at 1.99% APR for 48 months with $2,500 down. Contact your local Ontario Toyota dealer or visit shoptoyota.ca.
680 news time, 318.
And this just into 680 News. We have more on the Ford government regarding restrictions. Let's go live to 680's Michelle Mackey. Michelle. And we'll get back to Michelle in just a moment, but Ontario Premier Doug Ford saying that our regulations will be amended to allow playgrounds to be allowed, but gatherings outside will still be enforced. Play outside safely. Parents, keep your distance and wear masks if you can't. Stay with 680 News for more on this developing story. The world's top space companies are aiming to send the first humans on a round trip to Mars within the next few decades, and a lot of new technologies being developed in pursuit of that goal.
Most of the rockets we now send into space are powered by burning liquid chemicals, hydrogen and oxygen, sometimes methane or kerosene. And while those rockets could definitely get humans to Mars and back, NASA figures the round trip would take about 3 years, mostly because the astronauts would have to wait around Mars for over a year for the Earth to swing back around and get close again. But if we had a faster, more efficient rocket engine, we could maybe cut that round trip down to 2 years, allowing the astronauts to spend far less time in the perils of space. And one of the best ideas we have for that new engine is nuclear thermal propulsion. Essentially, it's where liquid fuel is passed through a nuclear reactor core. The heat from the core turns the liquid into gas, and the gas is expanded through a nozzle to provide thrust. This wouldn't be powerful enough to get a spaceship off the Earth, but once you're up in space, it's a way more efficient way to get around. Of course, the idea of transporting humans next to a live nuclear reactor is going to prompt concerns. Teams of researchers are now trying to science their way out of that problem, plus a few others. With This Week in Science, I'm Curtis Dorian.
You're listening to 680 News. A teacher with a love of fitness is on a journey to raise money for charity as he runs across the country.
Rick Fall says running was always a passion of his, having run marathons all across the world. But this is his greatest journey yet. And although Fall says he's not particularly religious, he was inspired to make this run from the hymn, I Will Run For You. This journey he calls the Follow Rick Home-to-Home Run takes him from Victoria, BC to Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario for children in need through Make-A-Wish Canada and Childhood Cancer Canada. He's just arrived in the Lower Mainland.
Caught the ferry across from Departure Bay to Horseshoe Bay and spent the night
at Horseshoe Bay, and then from Horseshoe Bay to Burnaby, and Burnaby to Pitnow.
His goal is to raise $300,000 during his run, and you can track his journey at followrick.com. I'm Kareem Gouda.
Traffic and weather next.
Hey, hon, can you pass the salt?
Sure. There you go.
Thank you.
So, are we just now going to talk about the elephant in the room?
You mean the first pipe in our kitchen and the 6 inches of water in our house?
No, I asked if we were going away for our anniversary, and I got nothing.
Oh, I said yes.
Wait, what?
I said yes.
What? Never mind.
No one should live with water damage. Submit a claim with the Intact Insurance app and get back to life as you know it. Visit intact.ca or talk to your broker. Conditions apply.
Your locally owned and operated Meineke Car Care Center is here to keep your car road ready. From tires and brakes to exhaust and engine repair, Meineke is your one-stop shop for total car care. For a limited time, get a basic oil change starting at $29.95 or a seasonal tire changeover starting at $49.95. Plus, you can buy now and pay later with our financing options. Book your appointment at Meineke.ca. Terms and conditions apply. Engine, brakes, tires, oil. Meineke, doing car care right.
Traffic and weather together. Here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Pizza. We still have the closure of northbound 410 from Queen to Williams Parkway for a collision cleanup and investigation. It's slow from north of Steeles to Queen, where everyone is being diverted off the highway. So use an alternate. You could try using Kennedy or Dixie or here Ontario instead. The ramps from Queen to northbound 410 are also blocked. And you'll find it busy on the southbound 410 through Williams Parkway. It's just motorists going to look at those problems on the northbound side. Westbound Gardner is busy from Jameson to Parkside, where we had some crews working in the right lane. And southbound Don Valley Parkway, the ramp to eastbound Lawrence has reopened. But just before that ramp, we have some crews sitting on the right shoulder. So motorists are just flowing through the area for safety. Get the Uno combo at Pizza. A large 3-topping pizza, 3 cans of Coke, and limited edition deck of Uno cards for only $14.99. Handfuls of fun only at Pizza. Your next report is at 3:31. Now with the forecast, here is Jason Fraser.
Well, Christine, it's overall been a overcast day across the GTA. Every now and then we'll see the sun peak here in downtown Toronto, but overall it just hasn't really been a fairly nice day. And I don't think we're going to get a break either from it tonight or even tomorrow. And that's all because we're expecting to see a stray shower, and we'll keep the rain on the forecast even for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow will pretty much be a repeat of today. We'll top out near 14 degrees, and then on Monday we'll see a mix of sun and clouds and a high near 13 degrees. Some flurries as well as some rain showers are even possible on Tuesday, as we'll only top out right around 6 degrees. It's 11 degrees right now at Pearson. Our overnight low, 3 degrees.
Greetings, my lord. Alpine Credits. How might I help it? Have thee a bag of silver to lend? My beloved hath requested of me a hot tub of water in which to relaxeth. Ah, happy wifeth, happy lifeth, am I right?
Well noted.
Do you own thine castle? Indeedus. Well then, approveth. Huzzah! Yes.
Alpine Credits, where customers get approved since 1969, so not quite the Middle Ages, but close. Alpine Credits. Some conditions apply. Fiscal license 12616.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we've got breaking news that the Ford government is expected to backtrack on measures announced yesterday that would allow police to stop people at random after most GTA police departments announced that they wouldn't follow through with those measures. And we have more from the premier, who just tweeted that parks would be allowed to stay open despite what was announced yesterday. Again, all of these details are coming up at 3:30.
News
Is always changing.
now more than ever.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day.
This is 680 News.
Ask to play us on your smart speaker.
Well, there was supposed to be a Leafs game tonight, but COVID had other plans. Maria St-Aubin from Sportsnet 590 The Fan has the details on the new revised schedule for the Leafs.
Tonight's hockey night in Canada will look a little different than originally planned. The Leafs and Canucks were scheduled to hit the ice at 7 with the Oilers and Jets facing off at 10. But as Vancouver is still recovering from the COVID-19 outbreak that ravaged the team, tonight's matchup has been moved to Sunday for a special edition of Hockey Night in Canada. That's a 7 p.m. puck drop on the Fan, CBC, and Sportsnet. Meanwhile, as for tonight, you can catch Jets Oilers at 7 on Sportsnet, the CBC, and City TV. Now, these aren't the only schedule changes. Monday's Leafs Canucks game has been moved to Tuesday, April 20th.
And Wednesday's Leafs Jets game has been moved to Thursday among some of the changes. For full details, check out sportsnet.ca. From Sportsnet 590 The Fan, I'm Maria St-Aubin.
We'll check business next.
Hey, it's Steve Sicolis from Willowdale Nissan. Great news, we are open. All safety protocols are in place as we regularly fog and wipe down all touch points for your safety. We will all get through this together, and to help, we are offering our best deals of the year with the Nissan My Choice sales event. Get incredible offers in the entire lineup of Nissan vehicles. The My Choice sales event at Willowdale Nissan, the #1 Nissan dealership in Ontario and your Nissan GTA headquarters. Visit willowdalenissan.com.
Sleep Country, we wish your old mattress well, but after thousands of sleeps, bedtime stories, and peaceful mornings, it's time for your mattress to officially retire. It's done so much for you, but your body deserves more comfort and support. It's time to make a switch. Until Sunday only, get a Kingsdown Queen mattress with support where you need it most. On sale for only $549. At the Time to Switch event on now at Sleep Country. Sleep well, stay well. Sleep Country.
680 News Time, 326, and now the business report.
I'm Phil Martino. Sarah Gillis is the owner of Dazzling Divas, a Toronto business that offered mobile spa parties for birthdays pre-COVID-19.
So when someone had a birthday party, they would hire us to come to their home and celebrate their daughter with a spa party. So we would take care of all of those party services, such as manicures, games. But what we really wanted to kind of incorporate in the parties were our positive message to inspire, encourage, and empower girls to celebrate their inner beauty and outer beauty. So it wasn't just all about nails and makeup. We really wanted to tap into celebrating their unique look or their personality, their talent, what they value in life.
She expanded to host girl empowerment day camps, but then COVID-19 arrived. That prompted Gillis to pivot to online parties.
For the birthday parties, we do the same kind of concept where the parents will call us. We give them a party bag for each guest that's attending the birthday. They have to just kind of spread the party bags to their guests. And they kind of deliver it, porch delivery, and the birthday boy or girl loves that because they kind of engage with their friends from a distance a little bit, and they get the party bags ahead of time, and we all log on live, and we kind of tweak their services from spa to opening up for girls and boys.
Gillis says with the shift to online came a lot of work behind the scenes in terms of preparation.
But it's so worth it when you see the kids online, you see the parents happy, you see the kids excited and a smile on the face for a little while during this time where they might be a little bit down and sad right now.
Sarah Gillis is the owner of Dazzling Divas in Toronto. At the Business Center, I'm Phil Martino.
It's easy to predict the future when you're the one shaping it. Like when Audi developed Quattro technology. It's as if we envisioned a time when Audi drivers would exercise their spirit to take on the road ahead. It's also as if we knew the Spring into Audi event would give you offers like lease and finance rates starting as low as 0% and up to $5,000 in Audi credits on select 2020 models. Learn more about our 2% loyalty rate reduction by visiting your local GTA Audi dealer today. Offers end April 30th, 2021.
Trev.ca is the fastest way to get real estate listings in real time. In fact, it's so fast. In the time it takes me to tell you this, I could have reached out to a Trev member realtor, checked out about a half dozen property listings, skimmed a couple of market reports, crunched some numbers with their land transfer tax calculator, spotted my dream home, moved in, and had a nap. So what are you waiting for? Be fast. Be first. For all your real estate needs, choose Trev.ca, powered by Trev's MLS system with exposure to 60,000 realtor users.
Right now in downtown Toronto, it is 10 degrees and an overcast sky. Mike Leach is our editor. Madison Fitzpatrick's at the digital desk. 680 News Time, 3:30.
Toronto's #1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Good afternoon. afternoon. It's Saturday, April 17th. I'm KPT.
And I'm Zach Bovenstein. Here's what's making news right now.
Playgrounds are reopening. Premier Doug Ford confirming the move after public outcry. A potential backtrack on increased police powers also reportedly in the works.
A COVID-19 data expert says science shows cases drop when people are outside, so the government needs to reverse its new restrictions on outdoor activities.
A second case of a very rare blood clot disorder pops up in Canada linked to the AstraZeneca shot. But health officials say the benefits of this vaccine still greatly outweigh the risks.
The world mourns the loss of a royal. The funeral of Prince Philip now underway at Windsor Castle.
Florida's Gurriel Jr. got the Blue Jays on the board first, but it's Jonathan Davis adding to the lead. In Kansas City, TFC gets one back, and they trail the Montreal Impact in the second half. Sports at 45.
And coming up in business, filing taxes will be very different this year for about 2/3 of Canadians. A tax expert offers some advice on how to proceed.
680 News Time, 3:31.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Christine Lycos.
This report is brought to you by 407 ETR. One big issue on the major routes. It's northbound 410 closed from Queen to Williams Parkway. And that's all because of an earlier collision involving a vehicle rollover. So we still have emergency crews on scene. No estimated time as to when this is going to reopen. Northbound 410 is jammed from north of Steeles to Queen, where everyone is diverting off the roadway. And from there, you can head to Kennedy, Dixie, or here, Ontario, or start on one of those routes and rejoin the northbound 410 at Williams Parkway. The ramps from Queen to northbound 410 also closed, and a bit of a slowdown on the southbound 410 through this area as well. Westbound Gardner is busy from Jameson to west of Parkside, where we had crews at work in the right lane. The eastbound 407 is a bit southeast of Martin Grove because of construction blocking 4 right lanes. There are 6 in total, so only 2 are available. And the Pine Valley ramps to eastbound 407 also closed for repairs. 407 ETR donates to 19 GTA hospitals and rehab centers to support critical healthcare programs and services. 407 ETR for the things that matter most. Your next report is at 3:41. Now with the forecast, meteorologist Jason Fraser.
Well, Christine, despite all of the cloud cover that we're seeing, we are not seeing any rain popping up. Can't rule out, though, a possibility of a pop-up rain shower this afternoon or this evening. And later on tonight, we'll dip down into the single digits. Right now at Pearson, it's 11 degrees. Our overnight low is 3 degrees.
680 News Time, 3:33.
We have breaking news from the Premier of Ontario, who is backtracking on the decision to close playgrounds in the province. It comes as reports surface they're also expected to reverse the decision to give police forces the power to stop and question people on the street.
And that follows police departments across the GTA saying that they won't be doing those random checks that they are now allowed to do. 680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with the latest on this story. Michelle.
Zach, playgrounds allowed to reopen just 15 hours after they were closed across the province. Premier Doug Ford confirming the move in a statement reading in part, our regulations will be amended to allow playgrounds, but gatherings outside will still be enforced. Play outside safely. Parents, keep your distance and wear masks if you can't. It comes after mass public outcry, including from Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown, who wrote on Twitter just hours ago, I will be consulting City Council and our solicitor on whether we can legally decline a provincial order. The medical advice has been clear that outdoor recreation should stay open. The mayor is also